feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared, just level up. Don't be scared. Back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate, I attack. I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared, just level up. Don't be love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no, I'm funded. Play the
lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to BSL15. We are going to be starting tonight the North American Championships. Congratulations to all of our other winners, and thank you for all staying with us. I'm here with Quark tonight. Quark, how are you doing?
Good to be here. Yeah, I just had a lot of fun watching NBA, Teo and Dandy play. I was rooting for NBA, but I mean, they're all great guys. I play with them all a lot, and it was just a good end of StarCraft. But I'm happy to be starting the NA. It should be great.
Yeah, we have a really exciting group here in Group A. For me, I think this is the toughest group, the group of death. We have some legends of the game, some serious old school players that are just been fantastic. I mean, you talk about someone like Nyoken, who's End Machine, who have done it all. They've WCGs, everything, internationals. They've done everything since the beginning in the early 2000s, and have players like DragOn who've been there as well, and Maars, who's also very good. I think this is just a fantastic group overall.
Yeah, I'm very glad I don't have this group.
I am also glad that I was not in this group. So I think we can agree on that. And I think there's going to be some really exciting matches. I think there's just such strong players, and I think this is a really great group to kick us off here for the North American Championships.
Yeah, what worries me is that one of these players has to go home today. And
terrible.
Yeah, none of them deserve to go out in the first round, but it is what it is.
Sometimes the group is just not a favorable in the draw, and you have to just battle it out. So I think it's going to be really, really exciting. I think we're going to see some really, really good games. First up, we have DragOn and Machine, and Machine looks absolutely fantastic in that picture. Look at him go. One of my other co-casters with his red wine there, looking fantastic.
Yeah, Machine has been around for a long time. He's goes to old school media player. I remember being on TeamSpeak with him in 2006 and playing with him with a bunch of other media guys through that summer. He's been around for as long as anybody has. DragOn, I think, is a little bit more new, though he is clearly 116 years old.
It's one of your favorite stats, right? One of your first stats when he's born, 1905. I know, Cork, you'd love to point that out, that he is that old.
Yeah, the old man of the tournament.
But playing like he's young. DragOn, always solid, great macro style, really hits all of his timings. Just an overall fantastic player all around in all of the matchups. Definitely a tough task for Machine, but Machine is, like you said, no slouch. He's been around for forever. He has competed in every major event for a long time, so it's going to be exciting. Our first map here is Butter. How do you feel about Butter PvZ, Cork?
I quite like it. It's I like two-player map PvZ just because you can force a map split scenario. There's not that much variance. You know where the Zerg is. You know the bases they're trying to get. You know what your win condition is right from the outset. So I like Butter.
Yeah, I like Butter. I think the only tough thing about it a lot of times is so many pathways to your different bases. So a lot of times a little bit of counterattacks can happen from Zerg. So you got to be really aware. Make sure you have some good vision on the map, make sure you know where they're coming from. But I do agree, two-player map definitely favorable for scouting. Are they going 9-7-3, or are we getting some kind of two-base play? I think it always favors Protoss a little bit in these two-player maps. So, all right, and here we go. We are ready for our first match here from NA.
Okay, so in the top right, in the blue, we have DragOn. And in the bottom right, in the red, we have the Zerg player Machine.
So I think it'll be interesting to see what both players start with. I feel like for Zerg, usually it's much safer to just start with an overpool. That way if there's any shenanigans, they kind of cover it all. But it's also, they can play out of it. We see DragOn here with the pylon early and a scout, so I think we both know what that means. Probably going to be a forge expand here for DragOn to start. Which I think is good, right? Because I think he can get his probe down there early, he can get his scouting off, and he can even block that natural expansion right away if he would like to.
Yeah, although one thing he can also do is cannon rush. If you remember the Zanhoon games on this map, every time he played Butter, he hit his first scout probe and then cannon rushed from behind the map. He's not going to do that this game, but it is one of the most cannon rushable maps there is.
Yeah, that natural mineral line is just fantastic to be able to put a couple pylons, and then even a pylon where the cannon goes to block the drone drill. So, not going to see it here. DragOn playing more standard like he normally does. I think we both casted a bunch of DragOn games, and we usually know that he likes his standard builds. He knows exactly what build he wants to do, and he's just going to try to hit that build right away.
Yep, just going to be looks like a 13 forge. It's going to be a 13 next follow-up. Either 13 or 14 cannon, depending on the link timing. But yeah, just super safe. Butter's got quite a long rush distance, so I don't think he's going to be too worried here.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't try to block the Natch. I guess he's just more worried about how many Zerglings were being made. He probably only saw the 2 eggs, so he'll just take a Nexus first, then go with a cannon after. Which I think is the best economical play and best strategy here when you see a Zerg going overpool like this. Let's see if he uses that. Oh, and he was cannon right after. I thought he might be a little greedy and try to go for a gateway, but Machine is sending one Ling to the top right just in case that is happening. So Machine probably aware of that and doesn't want that to happen, so he wants to cover both bases.
Yeah, gateway against a overpool would be a little bit crazy, but with only one Ling, it wouldn't actually have done that much damage. But yeah, he's just playing it safe.
Which I think always, in these group stages just perfect timing there from DragOn. But yeah, I think sometimes when you use the scouting probe, when you distract the Zerglings, you can try to be a little bit greedy as Protoss. But you know what, first game in a big tournament, I totally understand why DragOn would want to play safe and just put down that cannon right away. We see Machine taking that third base right behind 6 o'clock, right at around 7 o'clock, that third base. I think this is interesting play here because I feel like when Zergs want to get a little more aggressive, they take the third above where their main is, just so for the Hydra timing. So I'll be curious to see. Well, we do see a layer, so we don't see any kind of like 9-7-3 play from Machine. So more standard play, more passive, which is I think totally fine on this map right now.
And DragOn just putting his probes, getting an attack, keeping that scout probe alive, which is pretty important in this matchup, making sure he knows exactly what the timings are. In this case, I believe it was a third hatchery before the gas, but I didn't see exactly the time. It could have been a gas before the third hatchery.
I think it was all standard there for that layer. That layer is probably about 50% done right now. DragOn, I'm sure, is adding his core and will be adding a Stargate now that he sees that it's layer. There's no reason to skip that tech once you know that it is layer. Muta, as we know, can be absolutely crazy, especially in this matchup if there are no Sarah. So you definitely want to have some of them flying around right away, especially just for scouting information and handling those Mutas. So
yeah, I think one advantage of DragOn in this matchup is that he used to be a base picker. He used to play pure ZVP, so he knows exactly how to exploit Sares. He's the kind of player who knows the timings, knows when the Hydra will be moving out of position, when to swoop in and get the overlords.
yeah, that's a great point that he has been on both sides of this, so he knows this matchup really, really well. I like that we have some Zealot pressure here. Even if he doesn't commit to the Zealot pressure, he is making Machine make some Zerglings. Saying that as I say that, he turns around. Absolutely fantastic. You don't want the Zergs to just be powering on drones, so you push across the map, and then you can pull them back, and as they make the Lings, they wasted a bunch of larvae on Lings instead of drones. So really well done there from DragOn. I really like that play. Definitely helps him in the long game for economy.
Yeah, and he's getting his +1 attack. He's getting his Citadel, so it looks like he's just going to do 1 gate, 1 Stargate, +1 air, +1 ground. I'm assuming the +1 air is coming. I haven't seen it, but I can't imagine it's not coming.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard play from him, which is, I think, totally fine. I don't know if the +1 is spinning. He'll be adding probably a couple gateways here in a few seconds so that he can get up to 3 gates, just so we can get some kind of Zealot timing out. As we said, no +1. Oh, it is spinning. Yes. Okay. So the +1 is going. Leg speed's going. So we're probably looking at that 7-7-15 timing for the move out with the Zealots.
Yeah, but just the 1 gateway. This is just going to map control. This is going to be to put back on to see if he can kill some overlords. But he's not looking for actually killing here. He's forcing the Zerg to play honest, getting a bit of extra value from his crosshairs.
Yeah, I think the Sarah play is so important in PvZ, just for scouting information alone, just to see what is going on. Are they making units? Are they making drones? What's going on? When can I attack? The timing. So I like that he's getting these all up, especially with the +1. He'll be able to do some damage. Ooh, I like this little play here from Machine, but DragOn does have a cannon coming. A lot of Zergs will just put the 2 Scourge on top of the Stargate. As soon as the Sarah pops out, it can't even run. It just gets popped by those Scourge, but DragOn does have a cannon on the Nexus, so he's good. A little bit of a
and if Machine had
here.
killed a crosshair, that'd be huge.
Would be absolutely used right now, because we know that number with the +1 having 5-6 Sarah, those magic numbers to be able to start really taking down Scourge and getting going. But we see the move out here. This is a timing, and it looks like Machine is still a little bit supply blocked here. He finally made a couple overlords. He was supply blocked at 44, 45 for a while there. Oh, this +1 timing might hit pretty well here, Pork.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the Sunken's not ready. The Zealots are through. He needed to body block that so the Zealots couldn't actually get into range to attack. But with the Hydra's not body blocking, this is doing huge damage.
You see both the Zealots are getting on the Hydra. Yeah, the Sarah taking out the Overlord.
This is crippling damage already. This is so much better than it had to go for it to be worthwhile.
Definitely strong here. We see that Machine is now supply blocked because of the Sarah, and he's now finally cleaning up those Zealots, but the Sarah are still running around looking for more Overlord picks.
And behind this, DragOn will have been getting his archives. He'll be transitioning to Storm. he's continued to build probes as well. I noticed that Zanhoon used to stop on 44 probes and just go into mass gate 2-base style. DragOn continuing to probe up, he's going to have a very strong economy, but the 8-gate time is going to be a little bit slower because of the additional probes.
Yeah, usually I think 43 is the key number that you want on 2 bases. Watching a lot of the pro gamers, that's usually where Snow and Mini stop. We're in that range right now, so it's not too bad. We'll be seeing him getting his gates up. I see that Machine is getting a Lurker upgrade. It looked like he was already getting that. That might be Lurker before range, actually, at this timing, already at 850. So maybe he's looking to do some kind of contain play, which I really like. Butter, that choke coming out of your natural as Protoss can be difficult to break out of if there is a very good contain. You see these Sares continuing to get value. Very tough to deal with them.
Yeah, with Butter, there's so many high grounds too that Lurkers are very effective just because Protoss is always pushing up a high ground the entire game.
Yeah, we see DragOn playing very standard Yeti cannons because you saw that it looked like a 5-hatch Hydra type of timing. I like that to be safe from him. Really good. He has his Templars on time. We see him pushing out. Ooh, and a little DT with some things. But, he's going to see the Lurkers here, and he's going to know that he needs to immediately back up. I'm not sure if his Robo is up, but right now, usually around that 9:30 mark is... of course, Sare getting a couple picks. Machine getting on the map here. I like this. Going to pressure back. We will see if his Robo is started or done. Is he ready to go? I'm not quite sure yet. Oh, okay, the robotics facility is done, so really well done from DragOn to make sure it was on time. Observatory just starting, so there is a window here for Machine to be able to set up a pretty good contain.
Yeah, but look at his drone count. He can set up a contain if he likes, but DragOn's just going to bust it. DragOn's worker count is so much higher than Machine's. Machine does not have the economy to set up a contain that DragOn can't bust, and he doesn't have the army to kill DragOn, so he'll set up the contain.
All the Sare just went down from DragOn, which is a big deal because he continued to supply block Machine. But we do have the contain started. Let's see if Machine can get enough Lurkers up in time so that he can hold this contain. I like that DragOn is running those Zealots around the map. They become really annoying because he knows that Zerg is going to have all of his units up here by the natural, so he'll be able to deny bases and kind of run those Zealots around and just create any kind of chaos on the map that he can. Machine continuing to just pour units to the front. More Lurkers. Oh, good storms though. Good storms from DragOn. We see him morphing a bunch of Lurkers out there. I know the worker count is very different. I think that it might be the probes might have been a little overdone by DragOn, but it won't hurt him in the long run if he can get out of this contain like Quark was saying. Let's see if he can bust this contain.
I'm a little bit worried about his gateway positioning, just that he might not be able to get his units out effectively, but he's got so many gateways that if he can get the units out, he can just bust this.
Okay, a couple good storms here already. Machine pushing him back a bunch. Machine trying. There are those Zealots on the map already denying that 4th base. They are already pushing back those drones, and I think it might even be a cancel at the 4th if he cannot get it over. We see that DragOn is 1-1. I'm not sure what Machine is at right now. He is just +1 as well, so he is trading very effectively right now, having +1 armor to +1 attack. Oh, good storms from DragOn.
And this is what I was worried about from Machine, is that he could set up the contain, but he just didn't have the economy to match DragOn. DragOn could just always just smashed out. DragOn's gateway count seems a little light though. He's got, what, 5 gates in the main? He killed the one in his natural, so I don't know that he's able to spend his money here.
Yeah, when you have this many workers, it was 51 probes. When you have this many workers, your main and natural run out very quickly. So it's important that you add those gateways, even if it's a 9th, to get those units out and be able to secure yourself a 3rd base. You are right. There's 6 in the main +1 the natural, so 7 gateways. Probably a little bit light right now for where the game is at. But what you said before, Quark, is that the drone count was low, so now it's coming into effect. Like, we don't have the econ right now to push out as many units that we'd like, and DragOn is now on the map and does have map control. That's the power of this 8-gate move out, right? You kind of hold back and then push out so that you can gain that map control and even double expand as Protoss around that 13-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, Machine's attempt to get a contain was it was probably the best thing he could do, but he just didn't have the economy to actually trade with DragOn. DragOn was always going to be able to bust out of that. And the Zealots picking off that fourth base behind that was just beautiful. So Machine didn't even get any compensation for his contain. He put the contain on, and he had the same number of bases when the contain gets broken as he had when it started.
Yeah, that's why I said having those Zealots run around, we've seen even more and more in the Korean scene where they make sure they have groups of Zealots that are just little hit squads taking out bases. And that really was a huge difference in this game so far, too. I mean, canceling that fourth, just absolutely massive, denying that gas. Fantastic from DragOn so far. And we see he is not afraid. He is on the map. Oh, he forces another cancel.
50 supply. He's taking a fourth base when Machine's on 3 base. He's up 50 supply. He's got better upgrades, a bigger army. Machine's going to have to make this game weird if he wants to win. It's going to have to come down to counterattacks, snipes, maybe drops.
Well, as you
Just
say that,
anything.
here we go. We have Hydra moving. Oh, the Templar still gets the storm off. But we do have Hydra and Lurker moving across the map for some sort of counter. Army a little bit disjointed, so it doesn't get as effective of a trade. We see DragOn coming back. I think he knows that just holding these bases is going to be okay for him. So he just brings the army home to make sure he holds what's happening here.
Yeah, taking off this fourth base is very good for Machine because the base would really be the nail in the coffin. But even so, DragOn didn't need the fourth base to win. The fourth base was like a move that was going to close out the game. But 3 bases of map control against 3 bases of that's enough.
Yeah, I'd like to see him start adding some more probes now that he does have the third base, just to kind of get his probe count up. But he knows right now that he is in a very good position. He's looking to take that fourth still and just kind of hold the map for what it is. He knows he doesn't need to be crazy aggressive at this point. He's on even bases, PVZ, that's a very, very powerful thing. So he's just making sure he's going to take a good engagement when he fights and kind of just hold the map and hold the places.
Yeah, I like the choice of his fourth base too on the top left, just because anytime he defends that base, he's also defending his third base. But it looks like he's just going to go for it. Zealot's leading, which is perhaps not the right play against Lurkers, but I don't know that it's going to make a difference. He's just got so many units here.
He does, and his upgrades look pretty strong, and I saw him adding a second forge. We see massive storms coming down. What a storm. Does he have it? Oh, he does have another one on that next. Oh, and another one. Really, really good storms here from DragOn. And he is just pushing through these setup lurkers, and we have GG from Machine. So DragOn is going to take that first game.
Yeah, it all went wrong for Machine right from the start with the first speedlot attack. He couldn't clog up that choke, so the speedlots got in. You really need to make sure that if there's like 8 speedlots attacking, only like the first 2 are actually fighting. The other 6 are just going back and forth because they can't get into melee range. But once DragOn got through that choke, he did way more damage than he had to with those speedlots.
Yeah, I think the Ser also got so much value as the speedlots went in. They picked up another 2 or 3 overlords that supply block Machine again, and then he was able to fly them around and get a couple more picks. I think anytime you start getting the 5, 6, 7, 8 overlord count, that is just difficult for Zerg to come back from. Like, they're just so behind in using that larva. The larva is just stuck. So
Yeah, and the next never will happen.
Yeah, because he had to make so many units in Overlords, he couldn't make those workers. So if you were a Zerg in this scenario, not that you are a Zerg, but if you were, what would your map pick be from this map pool?
I like Longinus just because Longinus has such a wide choke that like you can do a 9-pool speedling build, and it's very difficult for Protoss to actually wall off Longinus, I think.
I like that as a Protoss, to be honest with you, because of the double gas fourth, but he may pick that. It's definitely an old school map. We'll see. Machine probably knows the map really well. Not that DragOn wouldn't. Okay, we're gonna take a quick little break here, and then we're gonna get into the next match.
It's so what? You're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math. When I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stay, just give me up. Don't love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stay, just give me up. Don't stay. Back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math. When I hate, I attack. I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't stay, just give me up. Don't
Right, and we are back. So we're just saying we have our second game coming up here between Dragon and Machine. Definitely a little tough start there for Machine. I'm hoping he can pull it back in this second match. I do think there are a bunch of good maps here for Zerg in the map pool, so I think he definitely has good choices between Sylphid or even I know Gladiator, a little more Protoss favored to think, but I think not a bad Zerg map with a lurker type play. So we'll see what he decides as a pick going into it.
Yeah, it's first game though, Dragon was extremely strong. Just pretty one-sided game. Dragon took control from the start and didn't let go.
Yeah, Dragon looked very good. He had all his timings. He was really solid in his play. As Dragon is, Dragon's not going to make those little mistakes. He's going to make sure they sit in. Oh, we do have Sylphid as our next map here. And we see a little ZVP favor, which is nice. All right, we're going to be jumping into our next game. Here we go. We have another PvZ on Sylphid.
So at the 12 o'clock spawn in the blue, we have their machine.
And in our 9 o'clock position, we have the Protist that you know, DragOn, in that pink peach type color.
So as a Protoss player, if I get 9 o'clock in Silphid, I'm already happy, just because I know how to rule 9 o'clock. You can't really screw it up. The other ones kind of iffy on the rules, but 9 o'clock, I'm confident.
I would agree with you. Definitely an easier base to wall. I think also a better base for cannons than the other two. I feel like 12 o'clock, you kind of block the cannons, block your pathway out, you end up killing them later. And I feel like the 3 o'clock position gets a little bit weird too with the cannons, trying to layer them out for 973. Which I think this map does lend itself to. We see another overpull here from Machine, probably another Forge expand from DragOn. Very standard so far from both players.
Yeah, DragOn doing the Overlord scout, so he only needed to send one scout move. He knew when Machine was right from the start. That's a fun check on the start.
Yep, you can always check because Zergo is scouts towards the natural so they can see what build you're doing. So he looked at the Overlord, then he got on the move, which is just fantastic. I think this is another good Forge map. I do think a lot of players like Gateway because the rush distances aren't that far, but I think we always know from DragOn he does like this Forge expand in this matchup. So, and with the first scout, he's able to block the natural, which is fantastic as well.
This game, I want to see a 13 next 13 cannon. Last time we had 14 next 14 cannon. I was going to do the same thing this game. Silphid has a much shorter rush distance than Butter, and Lings could have gotten in on Butter. He's forcing Machine to make Zerglings with the foe. And I don't know that he's going to actually be ready. Okay, he's gone cannon first. Okay, ignore everything I said. This is safe.
Yeah, I think he also sees the 3 eggs, so he's unsure of what it is, but he's going to see that it's 4 Zerglings. I do like the cannon first. As you said, the rush distance is very short here, so it's better off that he just doesn't get those lings in, because we know when you just have probes, oof, what a pain to get 3 Zerglings in your base. Really, really difficult.
Machine going for very quick 3 hatcheries, so I'm immediately, when I don't see the gas taken at this time, I'm thinking 3 hat Hydra. That's the alarm bell for me.
So I think 973 very strong on this map. The Zerg gets a really good service area in the front on all the walls to be able to pick off a gateway and a forge. So I do like the idea if Machine does try to do that. Or he can play standard out. Another map, I think we both know, the contain that Zerg can do on this map as well, because the way the naturals are set up can be very difficult to get out of as well. Especially those like third base high grounds. Oh, we've seen people with the drones. He said, probe, get out. No, you will not scout me. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have seen another probe sent to the mineral line just while he still had vision. Make sure that he could always scout the 3 hat Hydra. But in DragOn's position here, you would think 3 hat Hydra anyway. He hasn't confirmed the scout, but it was a late gas, no-go lair timing. The 3 hat Hydra alarm bell is going off.
Yeah, he should really kind of start to feel like, hey, this is it. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to deal with. How do you like to deal with the 3 hatch Hydra core? Are you more of a add the gateways and get the zealots out, or do you rush to archives to get storm?
I go, if I see Hydra, then I go Citadel before Stargate, then just rush towards Storm.
Rush towards Storm, okay. I know we've definitely seen a mix between Protoss players. Some Protoss players like to add more gateways and get speed lots out, and then kind of press back, which can be a little risky, but definitely get you some map presence. And then others, like Work said, they like to add the Temple Archives first. So we'll see what DragOn decides to do here from this thing. We see what looks like to be a 973 here from Machine. Like I said, very strong on this map. DragOn playing standard as well. Still with the Stargate. I think that's totally fine, because the Stargate still allows you to get some information. You send the Sarah out and you say, okay, is he trying to fake me out? Is he only making 5 Hydra and I made all these cannons and I don't need them? Or is he going to actually commit to a bust? So the Sarah does still play a role here in this kind of build order matchup.
It does, but we have to remember this isn't the quickest Sarah ever. DragOn went cannon before Nexus. He kept building probes, so his gateway was relatively late because he's really gone for that mineral income over quick tech. So this Corsair is going to go out and it's going to see the Hydras. You're going to see the Hydras crossing the map, arriving at the gateway. It's not in time to actually make any adaptation.
Yeah, I think it's important for later, though, to see are they continuing with the Hydra or are they starting to make drones? Like,
for sure, you do need to know how committed they are.
Yeah, how committed it's happening, because am I making 6 cannons or am I making 3 or 4? I think the difference is huge in PvZ because it affects your gateway timing the most. So I think that's what we're going to see from Dragon. And if they overcommit, you can start picking off Overlords at their main while they're there. So we see that already from Dragon, where we start to hit some of these Overlords to get some damage on them. Oh, here goes Machine. Does he have enough here to bust this already?
Doesn't have Hydra range, so he's struggling to get on that cannon. He's got the Hydra speed, but the range I think isn't done yet.
Okay, we see one cannon going down and him microing pretty well here, picking off some of these Zealots as well if he can. He gets up against it. Gets another cannon. Oh, I think the Hydra, too many Hydra down here so far. He's probably got to regroup before he goes back in.
Yeah, there's not that much more room to put cannons in, because the cannons that died at the front, they can't be replaced. Because the Hydra will just pick those off while they're walking in. So, well, I say that, the machine's not targeting them, but I feel like the front cannons, they were vulnerable.
Yeah, I think he's just setting up to range out this forward, see if he can pick it up before the +1. It is going to be really close. I mean, we only have 2 Hydra attacking that forge, and it's pretty close to being done. Let's see if he can get a cancel. And you see Dragon just adding a ton of cannon. The reason he's doing that is because the Sair has scouted nothing but Hydra. There have been no extra drones going on, so he's like, okay, this is a lot of Hydra. Oh, we see another attempt here. Ready to push back.
As I said, Zerg is never all in. There's no point that Zerg can't drone their way out of it. So if Machine at this point decided he wanted to go into hatcheries, go into drones, he could. And looking at how many cannons there are, I would like to see that one. I feel like he's committing too hard, especially with the Corsair that we keep mentioning, that is seeing this commitment. You can't commit this way if the Protoss knows it's coming.
Yeah, and you see, the worker count isn't, I know it's 8 workers, but for something that's been pure units from Zerg, you're right. If he just starts to drone from here and add 2 more hatcheries, he'll catch up in workers really quickly. I mean, right there already. He's already pulled in within 6 instead of 8. So Machine can transition out of this. He can just start droning up. We see the lair going down, so he can either get a Spire or the Lurker play. We see 4 gates plus the speed already up for Dragon, so he looks like he might want to get aggressive on the map as well.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the SimCity again. If you can reduce the surface area that the Zealots can attack, then they really don't do anything to Hydralists, especially not this many Hydralists. But if the Zealots can get surface area, they will do a lot of work.
Bye-bye, Sair. See you later. Yeah, I think the Sair also seeing that he's making some drone rounds allows Dragon to say, you know what, I am going to be really, really aggressive. I would like to see maybe Dragon pull his probes off of that nat gas. He's banking so much gas right now, just because he's been cutting workers to get the cannons. But we'll see what this move out is. And we do have the move out from Protoss here. This is a lot of Zealots here, Cork. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Look at that stream of Protoss units coming across the map.
And I'm a little worried by the Evo placement of the Nat and the lack of an Evo at the bird. The surface area for these Zealots is going to be pretty good. Even at the natural, he's got his Hydras in this narrow spot, but it's not that narrow.
And we'll see he checks and pokes into the third, decides to go back. Here we go. We have the first engagement, and the Zealots getting a pretty good arc onto these Hydra. We see him trying to run backwards, and here comes the drone drill.
Yeah, this is the problem with where his Evo is it doesn't stop the Zealots from up the Hydras.
A really good drone drill, though, here, blocking these Zealots nonstop. Machine doing a really good job with what he has to make sure he's trying to block as much as he can. It looks like he's going to hold off this attack here, Quark. I'm not sure. I think a bunch of drones did go down, but he does hold, and he killed a lot of these Zealots. So I think it's a good hold here from Machine.
Yeah, those drones did a lot of work. They were better than I thought they would be. But you mentioned that Dragon's been on 2 gas this entire time. he has a lot of gas bank, and that means that the follow-up can be double upgrades, Storm, Robo, Dragoon Range, everything that he wants, all at the same time.
Absolutely. We see the lurkers being morphed here again. So, but we did see also that Dragon did have the Robo on the way. So there might be a little timing here for Machine to set up. Oh my goodness. Holy storm. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, in like 10 seconds, that's going to be 8 storms. In a minute, that's going to be 16 storms.
Oh my goodness. We have Templars galore. Why have Zealots when you can have Templars?
It's going to be a storm for every Hydra.
There will be no bus coming in. And we do see that Dragon is getting up to that 8 gateway count again so that he can really get his macro online. Machine taking a 4th here, which I really like. Since he held off that pressure, he should know that he should be able to hold for a little bit. More lurkers coming in here to set up that arc.
Yeah, the thing is, against this many High Templar, you don't need to even fight the lurkers. You just throw a storm on each lurker, then you throw another storm on. The storms are free. The energy just keeps regenerating.
Yeah, we see that already, where he's already beginning to start to storm some of these. Ooh, he went for that. He went greedy with that one. He tried to get the Hydra and the lurker. It's just so much storm already. It's crazy. Hopefully Machine can get some of these lurkers in place and set this contain up so that he kind of picks some Templar and pick things as we go. We do see the Observer out. The Dragoons are starting to hit some of these lurkers that are just trying to rain down the gateway.
I'm sure he only needed to kill 1 cannon there. If he killed that cannon on the bottom right, that would have let him out, I think. He didn't need to kill all 3. But it's not going to make a difference. It doesn't matter.
Oh, really good storm right there. I think that he just wants as much certainty to get out as he can. Okay,
Yeah,
here we go.
here comes the storm.
More storm here, but
the High Templar. The High Templar can't get out. The goons are too fat.
yeah, we see that already. That the Templars, another really good storm there from Dragon. Moving in. Yeah, there's no speedling here. It's just lurker Hydra upgrades going on right now. It looks like Dragon is just going to burst out here with all of the storm that we talked about. All that gas went to some use. These lurkers and Hydra are 0-0, so they're having a little bit of a harder time fighting against this Protoss army. Oh, another really good storm.
That might be the last storm, but unfortunately it's a bit too late.
You see the GG and the good luck here from Machine. Another little bit tough one there for Machine. That move out timing again, we see just kind of caught him a little bit. Lost some workers, couldn't push himself across the map. And then just having so much gas banked up, there was just so many Templars, so much storm. So Dragon will move on into our winner's match.
Yeah, that was a very convincing 2-0. But Dragon is a fantastic player. I think he's one of the favourites for the group, especially given his PvT, I think is probably his strongest matchup. So, yeah, so far it's going as expected.
Yep, and then in our next matchup here, we have something that we're both really experts on. We got TVT between Maars and Nyoken. I will say I watch a lot of Nyoken's games, and he is really strong. Nyoken is very, very strong. Big-time BSL caster, but also a big-time player. I think Maars is very good as well, but he's going to have his hands full here with Nyoken.
Yeah, Maars was top 4 last Ghost League, right? I know that he was at the semis. I don't know if I can't remember his finals.
Yeah, he was. I think he finished 4th. So a really good, strong finish from him last season. He's been doing better and better. Maars practices a lot. He is definitely a good player. Him and I have played a bunch, and he's very strong. But I've also played Nyoken. I know that Nyoken, very, very good with his builds, very good at hitting his timings. Nyoken's solid from start to finish. So it'll be interesting to see how these two match up.
Yeah, I mean, I joke about Dragon being the old man of the group, but Nyoken is, he's been playing StarCraft as long as anyone has. On the day it came out, he was there buying it. No more Warcraft 2.
And Nyoken is definitely one of the original players of the game, knows the game really well, for all the races. Very, very strong. So I'm excited to see him play and participate in this BSL again to see how he does. Usually we see him behind the desk, but he's going to be putting it to work this time now that he's back in the States, and he's definitely ready. So
play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up.
Right, I think our first map here is going to be Butter again. That was our starting map for NA first game. So Terran versus Terran on Butter. Maybe we'll see some shenanigans. Two-player maps, I feel like there's a whole bunch of things that can happen. I think it's always difficult no matter the matchup, especially when there could be crazy proxies and things like that. So here we go. We're going to see our first Terran versus Terran here on Butter for the NA group.
So in the top right, in the blue, we have Nyoken, our BSL caster.
And in the bottom right, it is Maars. So I wonder what both players will opt for. I mean, we saw in that Dandy vs. Terror matchup that it was a little bit more aggression. Will one of these players be more aggressive than the other? Will they choose to sit? I think TVT can be both really long or really short. I think that has the potential, we know, to go for a long time. So we'll see what these players decide to do.
One thing that comes to mind with Butter, and I mentioned this in the first series, but there's high grounds everywhere. Even the high grounds have high grounds over them. I would not want to ever try and push into any kind of tank position of Butter. There's no situation where you're not pushing up into a high ground.
Yeah, and that's pushing into any matchup that is versus Terran into the high ground tanks is absolutely devastating, especially versus themselves where they got to spend time sieging to fire back. So it'll be interesting to see if we're going to have some type of vulture play to start to try to get some map control. Will we see some kind of 3-fact vulture move outs? Will we see just a quick expansion like Terror did? I'm not sure what both of these players have in store for us here.
Yeah, I feel like if any player takes a strong position on the middle of the map, it's going to be an uphill battle, quite literally, for the opponent. They'll either have to turn it into drop chip play, or maybe try and go through any of the other paths. But there's only, I think, 3 main paths through the map. So if you lock down the center one, you can play quite reactively and just lock down the entire map.
We see Maars here being the first to alter the build a little bit. He is sending his first SCV out. Nyoken is now 2, so Maars will get the first scout about what's going on here with Nyoken. But so far, I think everything is very standard from both players. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild.
You say that, but Maars has an extra 130 minerals over Nyoken, so I'm assuming he's hasn't started a depot. He's down at Worker as well, looking at the supply, or is he just not building Marines? Okay, he's not building Marines, he's going straight into the factory. So he delayed that depot, skipped the Marine entirely, past the factory.
Okay, do you think that means that he wants to just get the early vultures out? Does he want to get some kind of tech out? What do you think that Maars has in mind here?
It's a small optimization to get the factory faster, but now you can get the back spotter, so he'll get the quicker back scout. And I think Naokin's only made the 1 Marine. Maars is making the second one. I don't know what any of this means. I can notice it.
Well, we see that Nyoken has pulled off of gas, so I'm assuming he's going to be taking an expansion right after this factory. He's going to look to just move out and then get a vulture or maybe even a bunker if needed. Maars mined gas for a little bit longer, and now he has 1 on it, so it looks like he'll be getting that command center as well. Nyoken just literally a half a second before. Maars getting the scout here, seeing this command center down, and the factory timing, just kind of checking out what's going on here. Probably not too worried, nothing suspicious.
3 workers now. Nothing's really happened this game, and Naokin's up 3 workers.
Well,
what's going on?
Naokin is the worker, maker, master. He does not miss any SCVs ever. And it could be, bringing back to your point, maybe because of Maars' later depot, he missed a couple SCVs in the production. Armory going down here. Oh, Marine dead.
I think that was his own Marine.
Marine dead. He probably killed it because he got supply blocked and wanted to make another SCV. Feels he doesn't need it, so he just kills it, and he wants to make that SCV. But as we say that, Maars is moving across the map here with 2 Vultures and 2 Marines. Will Nyokin's rally just be able to help clean it up, or will he be in a little bit of trouble in this early moments here? Maars can get a really favorable trade here. This is a good timing. Here we go. First Vulture down. Second Vulture down. Maars loses no units. Naokin on the back foot here, pulling his SCVs, trying to repair these Vultures and Micro at the same time, but another Vulture goes down, and then, oh no, another Vulture goes down.
Okay, how did this happen? Because Naokin's CC was at the same time. Is it just a machine shop that lost him that Vulture production time?
Well, maybe that earlier factor, like you said there, Quark, was something that affected the timing of this attack here and just the amount of units. We've seen Naokin is going to hold, but all of a sudden now Maars is up 6 workers. Total switch around from being down 2 to now up 6.
Yeah, it looks like it was the machine shop and the extra 2 Marines, obviously. But Naokin was defending with 2 Vultures against 3 Vultures, despite their factory timing being basically the same. So that machine shop seemed to have cost him an entire Vulture.
Yeah, now we see that Maars has pulled a little bit ahead here with the worker count and just all the timers that he has. So Naokin gonna have to play from a little bit behind here, but we see that both players are adding an armory. They're getting some Goliaths out. Naokin is going for a second add-on here.
So I feel like in PvP, if you get 10 workers up, or like you're not going to lose that game. You can just drag it out, but that worker lead will always scale. You'll get a bigger army. You'll get a faster bird base. It seals the game. Is that the same with TBT?
I assume it's definitely a very strong thing to have this many more workers right now, even if it's just 5 or 6. I do think in TBT you can kind of sit a little bit more, but your opponent can also just take bases and have map control. So I'm sure this amount of workers this early is definitely a big deficit for Nyoken. We see these 2 Goliaths getting caught now for Nyoken. He was chasing down the barracks and they get picked off. Those are huge losses. He does have mines down. And he's putting depot to try to take some of the AI. Oh no, the mines! Oh, Maars' army gets evaporated by those mines.
Just pushing a little bit too far there. Goliath can normally deal with mines pretty well, but I think Naokin purposely put them in a flat line perpendicular to the path that Maars would take, so that like 3 mines would trigger at the exact same time.
Well, you were saying, can the worker count just consider a game being done? Not if you're throwing away your army a little bit there. So that could make things a little bit more even for sure when you're trading alliance for mines.
And it's good to see that Naokin got some compensation for his early machine shop, because the early machine shop hurt him quite a bit, but the mine upgrade at least paid for itself.
And it looks like Maars wants to take a third, but Naokin's Vulture is going to scatter right now and kill that SCV to deny him starting that third base. So Naokin will kind of know what's in Maars' mind a little bit. He'll hold it up. Maars is sending Vultures down here to clean this one so he can take that expansion now. And it looks like Naokin's moving out a little bit, trying to set something up. Might want to take a third of his own, trying to get some units in place there. 4 factory production.
Yeah, both players seem to be favoring units. They're not worried about upgrades, they're not worried about starports. This is just going to be a game about the early map control and the positioning.
Yeah, I do know that the upgrades do matter. Oh, Both armies running into each other here. It looks like Maars is going to be able to siege first. And oh my goodness, he hits all the tanks. One tank down. Couple vultures down as well. Oh, he fires back. But is Nyoken too out of position so that Maars can start moving towards his natural? Or will that just get him surrounded? I think Maars is going to start moving forward and go for it. Force Nyoken to unsiege and come back home while Maars takes his third. You see Maars clearing mines here, laying some of his own, pushing into the natural. I like this for Maars. He's feeling like he has some really good trades, and now he wants to kind of press that lead a little bit. Kind of containing Nyoken at his natural.
That's a very strong position he's taken there. At some point, he will need to deal with the 3 tanks he left behind. But now he's locked a contain on Nyoken's natural, and that's a very strong position to have.
He does get these 3 tanks. And we did see Nyoken drop 2 starports. So he is going to be switching to some Wraith play here. He sees that his Vulture tank. He figures if he can get those Wraiths on the map, he'll be able to pop some tanks and break this contain. But difficult spot here, or I think that Maars has that third base up, and he's going to have that gas going. This contain with the barracks will allow for him to have the vision of the Nat as well, so he's kind of pressuring the Nat, containing, and already has his third going, taking that third gas.
Yeah, I like the starport choice just because I don't know that he has any better options available to him. He's not going to be able to break that tank contain on the ground, so yeah, starport's basically the only option I think he can try.
Yeah, the Wraith will force him to make some Goliaths or at least contain with something else. But Maars in a really good spot here.
Do we have a bad valley there? It looks like units just keep on heading out.
Oh, first Wraith coming in. Gonna slowly dwindle these tanks' HP away as he goes here. The little Wraith that could.
I think the extra income from having the third base though actually outweighs the tank losses. You could just keep replacing tanks. Well, as long as you hold that position, you're on 3 bases, your opponent's on 2. So
here we go. Oh, we're sending the SCVs out to body block some of these tank shots. Nyoken sieges up, target firing, but Maars is reinforcing. Really good target fire here for Nyoken.
Yeah, and there's vultures too.
No.
Look at those mines.
Oh no, that mine core!
Beautiful. Nothing
no.
I this game as well. It's his Goliath move out immediately punished. Tank move out immediately punished. His attempt to break out. This is just not one of those games for Nyoken, I think. If this was a ladder game, he would quit it. He's playing well, but it's just everything he tries, just Maars is ready for it.
Maars has done a really good job here. I mean, we see that he's taken his third. He's now up, 14 workers that are spread out amongst more mineral patches and the third gas. Definitely an uphill battle here for Nyoken.
And Nyoken also has his third. He's just thrown it out to the mid-right.
Oh, these mines! No! These mines, so difficult. Getting max value and pain. Maars continuing the pressure here. I think Nyoken has landed that CC at third there, so he can start mining as well. That third gas. Maars is scanned it immediately. He knows what's going on. I think we're going to see more pressure here from Maars. I think he knows he's ahead. He knows that he can kind of push through. As long as he has a very good engage in the next fight, he should be in good shape.
Look at Maars' money. It was 1,500, like 700 a second ago. He just spent it all down, so he's queued up a bunch of tanks. But okay, that's where it's going. He's got 2 starport and 2 army of his own.
And he's right now we see a 30 supply lead, pretty big here in a mirror matchup. So I think that he should be feeling really, really strong right now. Nyoken doing a good job repairing this tank. So many Terran don't repair the tanks when they take damage. In all the matchups, very strong. Repair. You have that broken ability, Terran. Repair your units.
Yeah, I'd like to see Maars adding turrets at this point. He's got a very strong position on the map. He's got the high ground. He's taking another 2 bases, one on the left, one on the right. I feel like at this point you play for a map split because you're going to be splitting it 2/3, 1/3, and there's nothing that they can do about it.
Yeah, why add turrets to Quark when you can add command centers all over the place and just get so much money? That's the Maars mentality right now. I see these Wraith coming in. Oh, they do have cloak. Maars scans. Really good reaction from Maars to notice that and scan right away. We see Goliath's range being upgraded right now, so he'll be able to trade even more effectively against those Wraith. We do see Nyoken taking top left as well, though, trying to do what he can here.
Maars is on +1 with a substitution, so I'm assuming +2 is on the way. When +2 is done, that will be a pretty big timing for him. Let's see how long it has. Okay, it's almost finished. And I doubt Nyoken's is anywhere near that post.
The Wraith getting some value, though. We do have 5 factories versus 6 as well, so 1 extra factory production there from Maars. Oh, we have Wraith and Valkyrie of his own. I really like this quirk. I like that he is going to eliminate that Wraith threat and kind of take control of the air as well. Oh, those double starport though from Nyoken are adding drop ships. He's looking to get aggressive on the map with some drops. So, like you said, Corey, it would have been good to have turrets around, maybe deny some of these drops.
Yeah, with the Wraith Valkyrie of his own though, he's going to win the air battle with a +2 on the tanks. There's no way that Nyoken can push uphill. So I think that Maars is just locking this game out here. He's got the air switch, he's got the upgrades, and Nyoken cannot win unless he can take some more ground.
Did he just scan the dropships? He did. He knows they're coming. He's about to intercept them. Oh, he's them. Oh. Oh, let's see if Nyoken, you know, this drop, a lot of tanks going down in the mineral line. So the splash will have the SCVs, but it looks like this drop is just going to get cleaned up here. Borg, I don't think that was worth it for Nyoken.
I mean, I see why he tried it, though. Because what better options does he have?
He doesn't. I think it's something he was trying to get anything accomplished at that point so he can try to get some ground in this game. So he is making any move he can. Like you said, it's just hasn't worked out for him. All these different moves have just not been in his favor so far.
And you see that he finally takes the high ground, but there's another high ground above it. So it's not even, doesn't even matter.
It's not the peak of the mountain. And we see that Maars is just maxed, and now he's pushing through, and Nyoken GG's out. Wow, 1-0 to Maars to start. That is well done.
It was convincing too. It wasn't that like Nyoken got one amazing time. It's not like if you get a DT into their base, you just win the game. He just, everything Nyoken tried, Maars shut it down. He was just on top of it.
Yeah, really impressive game from him. I like that he pushed his lead really well. He made sure that he kept gaining more and more ground. He didn't just sit and idled. He kept pushing, taking good spots, making sure that he was just squeezing tighter and tighter Nyoken in that game.
I'm still confused by that first vulture thing though. 3 vultures at Nyoken's natural when Nyoken only had 2 vultures. And then Maars' 4th vulture arrived at the same time as Nyoken's 3rd vulture. Something happened that game. I don't know what it was. I don't know how long the machine shop build time is, but could it have just been that the machine shop just takes a vulture from you?
Could have been that, yeah. Could have been that. Could have been the fact that I think that Maars got his earlier, so he produced one more even faster. You know, because that's why we saw that SCV difference, like you said in the beginning. So it could have been that he made it there. But a big win here for Maars to start this series. I wonder what Nyoken's thinking for TVT next, what map he will like to go to. I'm not sure if there's one that, we already know. We're going to Vermeer. Saw it in ASL, and now we're here. So let's get into our next TVT.
In the top left, as the magenta talent, we have Maars coming off a strong victory in game 1.
Bottom right, down 0-1, but can make a comeback. It is Nyoken.
One thing about 4-player maps that occurs to me is that you've got much more recovery potential on a 4-player map. There's more bases you can take. It's less easy for the opponent to lock down the map. There's always different paths you can expand in, different paths you can send vultures on. So I feel like the early advantage Maars got on Butter would be more difficult to snowball on a map like Vermeer.
I agree. I also think this map is very gas heavy in terms of expansions. There's like no mineral only bases. Every expansion has a gas, so I think we're going to see a lot more tech units, a lot of like just more heavy tank, heavy Goliath, whatever it's going to be from these players, but no just minerals, so no need for just heavy vultures all the time.
Yeah, it's probably going to be 4 gas, maybe some DCs at some point, that kind of game.
For sure. It'll be interesting to see what builds they also choose because they're cross map. I feel like that can affect any matchup, especially TBT here, where if you decide to go something a little bit greedy on this map, it'll pay off. So we'll see what both players choose to do. Nyoken seems to be going here, going for lemon gas.
If I was Maars on this spot, 1-0 against Nyoken or best of 3, 4-player map, there would be 2 bags in the map. Like no questions asked. That's what I'm doing.
I was honestly thinking that myself. Like, why not take the risk? You're up 1-0. This is the moment. This is his pick. Just go for it. But Maars is an honorable Terran. He's not like us unhonorable Protoss players. He's going to play at the standard, it looks like, so far. Both players scouting vertical, so they're going to scout each other next. Maars, once again, with a little bit earlier of the scout. So he'll find Nyoken first and get information right away.
Nyoken just cancelled something. His supply went down from 17 to 16. He cancelled a SCV for Patrick.
Okay, so we want to get his factory out. We're just going to see what he goes from here. Maars is going to be going into Nyoken's base now. Going to see exactly what he's doing just a little bit earlier than Nyoken. We see 1 on gas for Maars and 2 on gas from Nyoken. A little bit different from last game, but it seems like both of them once again are going to be putting down a command center. And Nyoken's once again a little bit faster than Maars, just a little bit. I'm not sure if it's just that depot like before you were saying, Maars, or maybe that cancel CV, but he is getting that command center down a little bit faster.
I don't know why I thought it was a cancelled SCV. It was a cancelled Marine again. Game 1, we saw that Nyoken only made the 1 Marine to Mars's 2, and then he killed it. So Nyoken doesn't like his Marines.
He feels good without them. Maybe he feels safe, especially now knowing it's cross map, that the timing will be much different. Though Butter does have a long rush distance score. I'm not sure it's going to be that much different from the cross map of Vermeer, but we'll see what happens here if Maars goes for the similar timing early with those Vultures and Marines.
He's 2 Vulture into Machine Shop again, so exactly the same as he did last time, whereas this time it's Maars who's actually stopping the Vultures early to go for a faster Machine Shop. So game 1, Nyoken opts for the faster Machine Shop and loses because of it. Game 2, Maars goes to the faster Machine Shop and he's completely fine, no punish.
Well, 3 factories here, so maybe we're going to see heavy Vulture play here for Maars. I think the 3rd factor usually means you want to go with Vulture's Mines, take map control, put a little bit of pressure. So we'll see what Nyoken does. Armor going down, so maybe a bunch of the same where he's going to go tank with some Goliath. But Maars should have a little bit of a window here to put some pressure and take over the map. Oh, starport already from Nyoken. So maybe some early Wraith, maybe some drop play. Mixing it up there.
Nyoken back, so has seen that this is what's going on. So 2 Goliaths being built, and I feel like the Goliaths should basically negate the Vultures. Goliath is, I think, one of the few units in the game that is a natural enemy of Vultures. Vultures do the lowest possible damage to Goliaths, first you full damage to Vultures.
Yeah, this tank is immediately going to tell these Vultures time to go home. not supposed to be here. Get out.
And Maars is transitioning out of the Vulture phase. He's just throwing down the armory. I think he's recognizing that there's not really any potential for it to get damage done at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to still see him get the mines and start putting them all over, take control of the map a bit, kind of gain vision, all those things that comes with the build that he's chosen. We see the Vultures moving out now. I'm sure he's just going to lay some mines and kind of contain Nyoken a little bit here.
Vultures are scary, man. Let's see what happens. They shouldn't get much done, but I mean, Vultures almost always pay for themselves. At 75 minutes, it's quite difficult for them not to do 75 minutes of damage.
And we see the production continued here, so I think he's going to stick with it for a little bit.
What's he waiting on? Is Mines about to finish? He's not pulling the trigger.
Yeah, mines are not quite done just yet. We see Wraith and Cloak started here for Nyoken, trying to maybe transition right out so he can push with Tank and Wraith, so we can kind of counter some of this play. But we do see Maars putting down the mines just to kind of gain some control. Nope. Nyoken just using that Marine to kind of see, where is this mine line? Where can I push into? What can I not? Nyoken adding those comsat stations so that he can probably help clear. The Tanks and Vultures are pretty good at clearing on their own. But if there are too many mines like we saw last game, they will just evaporate even the Terran mech army. So you got to be careful.
But Mars up 2 workers, I think just from the comsat though. So Nyoken's basically even at workers. Because at some point Mars will have to add it. I don't think he has an academy though, which will cause issues when the Cloak Wraith arrives.
We see 2 more add-ons coming on here. So maybe we're going to go now with Prefect just tank, just pure tank build up here. But we do see Maars taking a quicker third again for, and we both know in these mirror matchups, having that extra base, extra gas is just massive. It's just a massive advantage here. Nyoken just clearing mines, kind of getting himself on the map, having some presence there. Has mines of his own laid down, has a Wraith coming out. Looking to push. Will he see them? Oh, sneaky. Oh, there we go. Okay, he was a sneaky Nyoken for a little bit.
So Mars should be ready for this. I know he's getting his scanners already. He can build Goliath, I'm assuming he is.
If they're going to fly in, pick off this Marine, saving his barracks. Let's see, you probably get a little bit of value here.
That third base is so much quicker than anything Nyoken has.
Yeah, I think this might even trigger Nyoken to kind of get himself a move out, or kind of get himself going. Oh, I like this from Nyoken, kind of blocking the gas a little bit. Oh, we see a run by. Some STB is going down. Oh,
As I was saying, it's very difficult not to get value with Vultures because there was a tank on the ramp, there were siege tanks there. The Vultures still got the STVs. Vultures have never not got value.
I will say, I don't know if you saw those mines, but wow, they did not hit a unit and they were very close. But can Maars hold this third base? We see Nyoken's army moving directly into and across this ramp here.
And Maars is very out of position here, I think. So he lost track of where Nyoken was, and now it's too late.
He's sieging up already while Nyoken's tanks are in range. We're seeing 3 tanks for Maars go down immediately. 4, Nyoken has taken a really good spot here. He has these Wraith to kind of get some vision for him. The Vultures are coming home, but no mines on those Vultures. They're just going in there to attack and get some splash damage. Wraith taking out this next tank. Oh, there are some good mine connections taking out just 1 tank. Oh, Nyoken now taking his third as well.
And those tanks that make it so difficult for Maars to get Goliath in position to deal with the Wraith. That tank positioning there just... Maars cannot reinforce his first.
And the vision for siege tanks is just out of the fog of war. So those wraiths are providing that vision for the tanks, so they can see the units of Mars coming out. That's why you see that these tanks are getting hit before they can siege, or they don't fire at all and then they fire a little later. It's because of that vision. Naokin here, though, taking his third.
Nyoken's up a lot of supply. He's got, what, 1,800 in his bank as well, so he's got money.
Yep, we see now continuing here to siege this third, taking a strong position around so he can push up. I think we're going to see him try to break this little hold here. Yep, here we go.
Those SCVs
with the
have been a lot of work. That one tank just took on 2 tanks by itself and killed one. Better than Mars could have hoped for.
For sure. I think the problem is, though, that Nyoken's tanks can now siege and range into that command center. Oh, his position across the water has been absolutely ridiculous here. Oh, there's Wraith now getting their value.
Yeah, just with the 2 tank shots, bring a tank almost to no health ability with Wraith, just come in and clean up.
Yeah, so even bases here, Cork, but I see now a 13 worker lead here for Naokin. So he is mining definitely more efficiently, and he is about to bust this third base here from Mars.
Yeah, it's just been so difficult for him with the Wraiths being at the base that he cannot get the Goliaths to. The Goliaths would have to go through tank fire to get there. And they've just been so annoying.
Naokin now taking his fourth, really pushing his lead. All right, Mars is going for it. He's looking to break this position, but I just don't know if it's enough. Naokin is doing a great job target firing those tanks and not just hitting the SCVs. The Wraith are getting max value, doing a really good job, and we see a GG here from Mars.
That was a very convincing win by Naokin. He got a strong position early and just capitalized on it.
Yeah, Naokin played really, really well. I like his move out timing. He got a really, really good position on that third. He was able to hit those tanks from across the way trying to reinforce. He was able to siege that third while taking his own. So really, really well played from him.
I'm surprised that Mars let him take that position, given that with the mines in the middle of the map, he saw when Naokin was moving, but he was still not sieged up in the position he needed to be in.
Yeah, I did see that. I wasn't sure if the siege was quite ready when Naokin got there, but I mean, I thought he could have kind of got his units out a little further, but the siege wasn't ready because the add-ons were late because he went speed and mines first. Maybe that was something that pushed him back a little bit, and then Naokin was able to capitalize, but a really, really tough game here. So now we have 1-1 in the series, and now we're going to see what Mars's pick will be for this next matchup. Who will meet Dragon in the next match? What do you think after those 2 games, Cork? Do we we're going Sylphid.
I'm glad that now they've been 40-minute games. That's and I'm doing my best, but TVT is not my matchup.
I said, surprisingly, not like really late. I think really late games. We always think TVT split map, this and that, but we've seen a lot of aggressive Terran versus Terran play, which I really like. And I do think both players had convincing wins, so it'll be really great to see what happens here in Game 3. Probably another really good game coming up for us. Sylphid TVT, we'll see what both these players have in store.
Yeah, I'm wondering where you take your third base in TVT on this map.
We may find out.
So we have Mars as the magenta Terran at the 8 o'clock spawn.
And in the 5 o'clock spawn, we have the blue Terran. It is Nyoken.
So we've seen Mars, I think, magenta all 3 games, and I think it's pretty clearly the objectively best color. I know that Terra likes the magenta. I personally pick magenta. So do you think that he's stealing it from Nyoken, or do you think Nyoken just favors the blue?
Seems like Nyoken likes blue. It's probably one of the original colors, so Nyoken's used to being one of the blue Terran from back in the day.
I know that whenever I play Tail, I make sure I host the game and then I take Magenta before he can. So get that little psychological edge.
The mind games begin early. I'll be honest, I take the dark, I take like black Protoss, gray Protoss, maybe even green. That's usually what I take. If the map allows it. Some maps don't allow you to pick that color.
I play on the colorblind green versus red anyway, so I never see that with Magenta. I feel like that's the right color to take.
I play the same way, but just so I know I have it. Oh man, this is also a map that someone could have BBS in the middle. No shenanigans between these two players just yet.
Why I mentioned the third base and the gas is because you don't really want to take the pocket experiment because it mines out so quickly. But at the same time, the gas birds are pretty far away. They're not easy bases to take.
So we do have a different build order. No gas. We're going to have a gasless expand here for Maars. Should be interesting to see how Nyoken responds and what happens from there. Will he put heavy pressure? Will he just take another base of his own and get the tech advantage? What will Naokin decide to do once he recognizes that this is a gasless expand? And he's going to scout him right now and see it immediately. No surprises for Naokin. Nope. Naokin's SCV got the first shot there. Oh. Run, Magenta SCV, run. I know it's minimal, but it does delay the CC for Maars in the natural. So every little bit of timing helps when you see this.
Did Maars miss a depot? He's been 18-18 for quite a while.
He may have missed one depot while getting pressured by that SCV. Kind of thrown him off a little bit.
God, it's still 18-18. This has been a long supply block. I think this might be a case of the didn't make.
We do see his building stacking at the bottom, so it's just finished now. Command center back up. We'll probably see Maars add a depot. Nyoken going right into an add-on, doesn't need the first vulture. And Nyoken adding the hidden starport right here at 6 o'clock to add some pressure.
Doing a one base.
It looks like he may go for like a one base siege with the Wraith so that he can press the bunker and bust it and get into the natural. We see that a lot of times TBT where if you can punish this build and bust the bunker and get it in. A lot of times Terran will put their bunker even more forward so they do it twice, but Nyoken is taking the second gas that is natural. Is he gonna long distance mine his gas?
It looks like he wants to, and if he's just a little bit gas short of where he wants to be because he's going for something crazy.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see a siege mode here on top of the Wraith.
Is there a spot where you can siege outside Mars's nat and also range into the choke?
Probably right above.
That would be.
Probably right above where the cliff is. He probably can range into the mineral, right in there where the mineral line is, and be able to hold it. So he might go for that spot, and he'll use the Wraith to gain vision.
Yeah, that would just shut down the natural immediately, and there'd be nothing Maars could do because he would never be able to get his own tanks to deal with it.
All right, we have the long distance mining here happening from the gas. Nyoken in the main here. Oh, this is a really good spot because as soon as the Wraith pops out, Nyoken will more than likely get the first shot. And he's going to have two Wraiths. Well, he'll have more than one Wraith, right? So he'll be able to keep popping those Wraith as they come out. Surprised he went away from it.
Well, he went machine shot too, so there's going to be cloak.
Those Marines taking out the siege tank of Maars. Oh no! Now the siege begins of the natural. We see Mars right, yep, building another bunker behind, holding on.
I want to see Marines out of that barracks though at the front. Just,
That'd be great.
This is
down.
He's ahead on workers, but you look at this position and think, well, how are you going to deal with the cloak race? How are you going to deal with the siege tank?
Oh, that's how. He's not even going to let them float. Not even going to let them float. What's the check not firing on the bunker? Should I see it?
I think the Vax is just slightly too far back. There we go.
Okay, Mars will immediately exit the Marines from that bunker, put them in the next. Nyoken scouting, seeing cloak from these raids that are coming from Mars.
We're nowhere near comsat for Mars. He's just started his academy, so this is once the race cloak, they're going to be cloaked for a long time.
And I think if he's able to cloak here, he should be able to pick these tanks with his Wraith right now. He should be able to take them down.
Yeah, the only thing that was going to be able to keep them alive was the repair. The SCV's been closed, so the repair isn't there anymore.
Oh, and that's what I was worried about, Cord. With one coming out, then Nyoken's able to get the first shot on the Wraith coming out and just kill it himself. So he's going to be able to trade a little more effectively there.
Yeah, if he had repaired it with a lot of SCVs at the same time, maybe, but just there's so much going on at this point. And there's the cloak. He waited until he had 4 rafes, then did it all at once.
Now he's just picking down workers. So despite having an extra command center, he's just losing so many workers. And now here we go. These Wraiths are going to start picking on these tanks, and those tanks are going to be able to have vision, and they're going to be able to pick that one off.
Oh, only one in range. He actually backfired.
Oh no.
It's not going to matter.
Oh no, what a big shot from those tanks. Absolutely crushing the tank and the SCVs. Oh, it didn't target down the tank though. Didn't target down the tank yet.
Look at the workers though. Maars may have gone for the fastest DC, but at this point he's half of Nyoken's workers. Nyoken's on 2 bases as well. It's just, the damage is done.
Yeah, and you see that he's busting in the front here. Still getting trades on workers with that Wraith. The Marines want to do some damage, struggling to get there.
Marines can take down a Wraith. Anything can take them.
Not when they can't see them. They're just out. They're gone. Oh, we see more damage. Wow. Oh no, that tank is in range. It's sieging. Building a turret so you can kind of combat these Wraiths a little bit, but like you said, the worker count now is just such a deficit.
Yeah, Nyoken has more workers than Maars has supply.
Tough game here for Maars. Nyoken prepped and ready to play against this build.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, I don't know TVT, but I didn't. You wouldn't think that Tegassi of Natural was the counter build to a Vax expand TVT.
Yeah,
but
really well played here. Nyoken experienced, beyond experienced. He definitely knows how to handle all these situations. There's not many scenarios that he has not seen. And we see that gap grow further and further in both workers and in army here. Nyoken just pressing his lead. He has a really good contain. Just looking to finish this match strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we're waiting for Maars to lead, but he's got nothing going for him. There's no, well, at least I have X. He doesn't have the map control, he doesn't have the bigger army, he doesn't have the bigger economy, he doesn't have better tech. It is unfortunately just a case of, I guess Maars is hoping that Naokin's just going to move commander to his natural.
Yeah, we all
never
know
like
how
to
it
be-
is in these tournament-style games. You don't want to give up too early. You want to fight your best out, knowing there's elimination looming in front of you if you don't do well. So I understand while players try to keep it going. You know, they try to keep fighting it out. Nyoken here taking his third with the gas, so your question is answered, Corky is taking that little smaller base in front as his natural third, no problem. Wants the gas more than anything.
I guess if you're Terran, you can just mine it out, and once it's done, just lift up the CC and go somewhere else.
Good.
Must be nice.
We see that. It must be nice, but we see that Maars is just adding his barracks back. He lost his barracks, so he can't add anything to his factory count. So his infrastructure is going to be a little bit lacking at this point of the game. Oh, Valkyrie on the field here, trying to take out some of this Wraiths. I like that. Maars is looking to try to poke across the entire barrier there with his tank, see if he can get something hit, but Nyoken already has his third. It is saturated really well, both the main, the natural, and the third.
Yeah. It's Maars is just waiting for, or hoping Naokin's going to make a mistake here, but Naokin's not getting anything to work with. He's not attacking. He's taking bases. He's building up his contain. Adding out.
Well,
It's not getting any better.
doesn't have to move, right? He can just sit here. It's okay for him. He has third base. He's up on infrastructure. He's up on workers. He can just sit here, contain Maars to these two bases, and just kind of make sure that he secures his victory. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. This contain will get more and more grim here for Maars as Nyoken just keeps reinforcing it with more and more tanks, turrets, Wraith. Just kind of waiting to see what happens. When will Maars try to break out?
I think if you're Maars, you can't. Like he knows that there's no breaking out of that contain. He knows that no SC vehicle, no dropship dropping things on tanks, no amount of amazing mine connects is going to break that contain.
Well, we see that Nyoken's hitting turrets around too, so he's going to stop drops from coming in as well. At least know about them. More tanks picked off. Oh, 2 more tanks picked off for poor Maars here. Valkyrie going down, as well as the Wraith.
It's a nice outfit got set up, and it's a lot of tanks.
See, Maars here looks like he's picking up some SCVs in the dropship with his units, trying to maybe take another base, but Nyoken has thought about this. He's already taking that base on top of reinforcing with units.
I do like that idea though. That if you can drop tanks on the high ground, get some SCVs, build some turrets, fly the CC out, that could be a strong position.
It
But
could
yeah,
be.
It's just not.
But Nyoken already has vision of most of this stuff already, so he is just gonna react to what he sees. Oh no, one dropship goes down.
And that's got to be game.
Yeah, that's gonna be GG here for Maars. So, well played from Nyoken. He is going to advance on to the winner's match. Well played from him. Maars a little bit tough there. But what a build order from Nyoken that game.
Yeah, it's he's seen it all. Apparently that is the counterfeit, but you don't often see it. Most people, I think, wouldn't know that taking your natural gas and non-disciplining it is the play.
I definitely did not think that was it, but Nyoken is experienced. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to get it done. So that sets up a really interesting game here in the winner's match. We have DragOn and Nyoken are going to battle it out to see who advances through in first place. And then we have an elimination match here between Maars and Machine. So another two really strong series about to come up here.
Yeah, I think that DragOn and Naokin was certainly the favourites. This is the winner's match we would expect, but Maars gave a strong showing. He gave Naokin more trouble than I was expecting to.
He absolutely did. He played really well. He should definitely be happy with how he performed. Taking the game of Naokin is not easy, so that's really well done. As we move on to this winner's match here, DragOn Nyoken. I mean, what a clash of titans. I know the first map is Monopoly. That was the first map that was played for the winner's match. How do you feel about PvT on Monopoly?
I think the key to PvT on Monopoly is to send out one of your first 5 probes and just see if they're at one of the bases. If they're at the first base you scout, great.
I knew you were going to say that, Quark. I knew that was going to be your go-to move. So we'll see if DragOn follows in your footsteps. But we're going to take a small little break here, and then we're going to be back to show this winner's match. So don't leave, stay tuned, and we are going to get rocking right after this little break.
I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal.
right, welcome, and we are back. We are going to be having our next matchup happening. It's going to be Machine versus Maars. I think it's going to be another really fantastic matchup here. I think two players that are both very good. Sad, like we said, to see one of them leave, but they're both going to be playing for their tournament lives here.
Yeah, it's everybody is a pity that one of them had to go home this early. This is a group of death, and it's unfortunate that this group exists, but that is how the draw works sometimes.
The way the draw works, the way it goes, so we just have to, we're going to have to see who can battle out and who can get then to that deciders match. So it's going to definitely be, I think, a tight one. I think we're going to see very, very close games here, so I'm excited to see how we do. We're very lucky with this group A to get some really great games right away.
Yeah, it certainly was a good way to start the NA.
For sure. So we'll see what happens here. First, what was the first map for was it also Monopoly for the first map? So Monopoly, TVZ, should be just doing a little bit of a far third, but does have a ramp, so Zerg should be able to secure that third base. I think a lot of the other games we saw a lot of Terrans, a little bit of mech play here. So we'll see.
Yeah, I believe you can do a ward at the natural on this map, I believe.
So we will see what Maars decides that he'd like to do on this map. All right, here we go. We're going to jump right into the game.
So in the magenta at the 7 o'clock, we have Maars.
And as the blue Zerg, well, bluish gray Zerg, we have Machine at the 3 o'clock spawn. You see right away, Machine is scouting the wrong way. That is unfortunate. He is not going to be able to get Maars first with his Overlord. I wonder if Maars will pull something tricky out, like an 8 racks. I mean, the rush distance here is small, so maybe he could build it outside of the natural and still be able to get to both bases and be effective. But never mind, we see a depot right away, so that's out.
I'm thinking about the third location of the Machine. If he takes the top right, that is incredibly far from Maars. So it's going to be, I think, quite difficult for Maars to pressure that base. It's as far away as any base could be.
Yeah, and the pathing on this map is also very different because in the middle there is that island that kind of separates it. So there's only really like 2 major routes to your opponent kind of get pushed across. Yeah, so they can either only go that way from the bottom or then this way from the top. That ends up getting choked. So definitely different with that giant island just sitting there in the middle of the map. So it'll definitely get interesting. Oh wow, we see a gas already for Maars, and we see Machine going with a 12 hatch, very standard build, 12 hatch, 11 pool, probably 10 gas, very standard ZVT play here.
And one thing about this map has the extra crested in the main, so you can turn one base slightly longer on this map.
You see the mech play, it looks like here. Machine does scout it. He should know what's going on. That usually just means that Zerg will drop an early sunken at the nat and kind of just hold it. But I don't think the plan changes for Machine. I think he'll just stay with the 12 hatch, 2 hatch view to play. So nothing too crazy. I wonder if we'll see something tricky for Maars. Will we see like a 2 starport player? Is he just going to go factory into a vulture to expand, or 1-1-1? See what he decides.
I wanted to see a factory built outside Machine base and floated in. That would be what I'd like on this. But I'm quite a cheesy player.
That could be viable. Could be viable. Could float it there. Could put it to the bottom left of the base. Maybe even get it in there, top right, bottom left. All probably areas that the Zerg couldn't see that he could make it happen. But watching Maars play the last games versus Nyoken looks like a very standard type player, not going to get too crazy. So we see
Yep, just
Maars,
factory.
yep, factory expand Maars taking the command center, just very standard. I guess the next thing will be, will he go for Starport right away? Will he add factories and go Goliath? Will he add a machine shop and get speed vultures to try to run by? What will be his next piece of tech that he'll decide to do?
Against a player like Machine, I think the vulture is probably not worth going just because Machine is always going to have the sunken. Machine's quite a disciplined player. If he sees you go for a gas opener, the sunken's going to be there. We already see it done. So you don't need the vulture to keep him honest. He's going to be honest anyway.
Yeah, and I think the ramp going into the main is also very difficult to sneak into because of the eggs. So if Machine just puts a couple zerglings in, the vultures will have a hard time. We do see the spire down, so we see a standard, very standard 2-hatch play. Oh, we see another hatchery going down here, blocking. I like the positioning of the hatchery, kind of making it more difficult for vultures to run through.
Yeah, with the this is the 2.5 hat muta opener.
Yeah, 2.5 hatch muta opener. I think this is good versus mech, right? Like you want to be able to get that muta count up, harass. If they move out too early, can you backstab and get sunk-ins? I think all those good things are definitely possible from this build. We see that more factories are being putting down for Maars, so looks like we'll have some sort of Goliath play from here. Pretty standard. Oh, there are 3 vultures, which is he getting speed as well? Is the question from his factory. He is getting speed, so we are going to have at least an attempt. Did vulture run by, but Machine here, like you said, Quark, is not going to let this happen. He has seen this before, so he has a full block here against these vultures. He will not have it. These vultures will not be running in today.
Oh, beautiful. He doesn't want the Evo there, but he doesn't want the vultures getting in before the mutas are done. So he just makes it, cancels, makes it again. He's going to cancel it. There we go. He's just making sure that it's there till the muta are done.
Yep, so we have the first muta on the map, so we'll see what he can get done with these first couple muta. Can he get some damage in? He sees that vultures are blocking all over. We'll see if he's going to go into the base, just kind of poke around like these mutas should. It looks like a little opening here from the bottom of this mineral patch. Yes, it is. He's going to get some damage. Let's see 1 SCV go down, 2 SCVs, 3, 4. Wow, not bad damage at all. He gets out with 5. Oh, with 6 HP on that muta, but he gets a bunch of SCV kills. So that's really, really good there for Machine. Already getting these muta working.
If this drone gets picked off, that will delay the expansion forever, but it looks like the Lings are going to take care of the vulture. That vulture just asleep at the wheel.
Oh, they may be quick, but they can go down if they're not paying attention. But another vulture coming in here.
I was somewhat expecting just the mass muta stab. Every base on this map is a gas base, but it looks like Machine might want to go into Hydra.
Yeah, he might want to make a switch over, maybe thinking that he'll break this Goliath opening with just straight Hydra. So we'll see what happens. Oh, another vulture down. Machine just hitting the economy where he can, picking off a bunch of SCVs.
Yeah, the issue with Goliaths though is they have so much range that you will always take damage on the muta. There's no way of getting in and out without any damage.
Well, right now, Cork, we see that he is making pure muta. So maybe the Hydra Den was just there to block to start. And we have a move out here for Maars. Maars going across the map with this mech, trying to see what he can get done. Maybe he's going to try to deny the 3rd. Oh no, that Overlord not in a good spot. About to get picked. Oh, it's going to supply block Machine.
You say deny the 3rd. It's such a long way. It's like these Goliaths are not getting home. This is a one-way trip. They might deny the 3rd, but they are not. They're not getting any retirement. This is it for them.
Yeah, Machine to supply block because he lost those 2 Overlords that were on the way to his base there. We see 2 drone pigs get going, but he can break don't think there's enough here for Terran to actually get anything really done. We see these Muta just get on top of these Goliaths and they're just going to wipe them out and push them back. Not a good spot for Maars. Do not want to be throwing away your Goliaths here, trying to get that bigger ball going. Definitely not what he was looking for on that first move out.
I'm surprised that Machine is using Overlords to stack his Muta on this map rather than Lings. Just with the 2 Ling trick where you block 1 Ling in on a middle line with another Ling, because the Overlords are always going to be in a bad location.
Oh, we see Machine doing a good job here. Microwave taking out a couple Goliaths, taking out some RCBs, getting the value he can.
Oh, he overstayed slightly there, though. He got some good value, but then on the way out, the Goliaths are always going to punish you.
Yeah, oh, we do see +1 Hydra, so maybe we are going to see the Hydra switch here. Hydra speed. Okay, we do see it. I think he's going to be trying to switch over to Hydra now. Marine going in here to check what's going on. Vulture
and he has
well.
the drone count to support it. Machine's drone count is crazy.
Yeah, 40 drone is very strong.
Yeah, I think the why for him now is that he doesn't actually have the hatchery to spend the money he's adding another one right now, which I like.
And we saw another round of Muta, so he's feeling comfortable in the Muta, picking off the Goliaths, doing a really good job.
Yeah. Muta are very lava efficient. Each lava with Muta takes up 200 resources, but once he switches to Hydra, that efficiency is not as high. You need more lava to do spending money with Hydra than you do with Muta.
Oh, Maars trying to take a third here. Machine does scatter right away. He's able to pick off that. Can he get a cancel?
Easy.
Cancel. Very, very nice. And he's able to get out. Hydra production has started back at home. Oh, going to put it right back down, Maars. Maars said, you know what, I'll just go again.
But it's such a long way for the Goliath to come back. They have to go all the way right, then down, up that tiny choke with the 2x. And Maars isn't turning around.
Maars is going for it here. This is it. Make or break moment. I'm going to bust this, even though my third got canceled. I'm just going to go for it. Machine is just hitting the SCB line right now. I don't think he knows that this is all in front right now. Now he'll know. Oh no, siege tanks firing on the groups of Hydra. Oh no, losing a whole bunch of Hydra. He needs every unit right now to hold this. Maars taking some damage from Sungans, but it's just taking a good position aside. Machine's Nat. Machine taking a 4th.
I feel like if the Muta focus the tanks, the Hydra will clean up the Goliath. When he's got a flank of Hydra, then just come from the top. I think. There's... I believe in Machine, yeah.
I think he can make it happen with just 3 tanks. Like you said, if he dives in the tanks and uses the Hydras to clean up later, he might be able to get it done. That Hydra den is going to go down. Here we go. Hydra moving in. Muta attacking the first tank, taking it down. Now they're fighting the Goliaths. Oh man, those Muta got just destroyed.
Tanks are pretty good, man.
Tanks are strong.
I don't know why I'd ever bet on not tanks.
Tanks are very strong. Oh man, looking a little bit grim now here. That army got wiped out. Maars just continuing to reinforce. More Muta coming out now, and the Goliath's just picking them off right away, and we have a GG here from Machine.
Yeah, I don't know if you can help me much here because we're both Protoss players, but I feel like Machine did everything right that game, and yet it still didn't work. The Muta got good damage, the first Goliath went down, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think the engage was difficult. He lost some Hydra there and then tried to flank from both sides. I think that mech army, especially when it's like 5 or 6 back mech army versus Zerg, you really just need to make sure. Maybe if you, like you said, he had those extra hatcheries right away and got some more rounds of units out, things would have went a little bit better for him, but definitely difficult. I mean, definitely a good job harassing, slowing things down, but Very, very difficult game there. Mech is strongman. Terran units are powerful.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Machine decides to pick as his map going into this next game. I'm not quite sure what the best ZVT option is, but we're going to see what Machine likes to play next. And this is the do or die moment, so we'll see what what are we going to go with. We are not going to be on Monopoly, but we are going to be on Vermeer. So, okay, Machine takes Vermeer. I think some good harassment spots here at all of the naturals. There's a little that cliff area right above it. So I think that's a good option. There's some low and high grounds in the middle for lurkers. So we'll see how it goes. Definitely some epic games in the ASL this season and the BSL for this map for TVZ. So let's see what happens here.
In the top right, again in the magenta, we have the Aaron player Maars from a strong Game 1 victory.
And in the bottom left, the bluish gray Zerg. It is Machine. Now, I know you said it before, Quirk, but I love it in these types of scenarios. You're up 1-0. Do you get a little bit tricky? Do you get a little bit crazy? Do you go for something? Is it worth it?
I feel like it's worth it against Nyoken, but probably not against Machine. There's no disrespect intended. It's just Nyoken he's won so many tournaments over the years.
Okay, so you think it's player dependent. If you feel like you could take it down, you don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, last game, Machine's plan was working pretty much as it should. He took his he took no damage from the vultures. He got good harass done. He took out the first wave of Goliaths, set up his fourth. He had a strong economy. Or set up his third base. He had a strong economy. Still died. So I feel like if you're Maars, you're feeling very good about that first game. If you're Machine, it's not a game that you feel that good about because your plan worked, and yet you lost the game.
So see if we regroup. Maybe we'll see what he comes up with this game. Right now we see a very similar opening, 12 hatchery. So probably going to be an 11 pool, 10 gas. Maars, no gas right away this game, so we're probably going to see some type of Varus expand from him as well. And we see the SCV going out. All right, take that command center right away.
Question is, are we going to see mech again? I believe I heard somewhere that Maars quite likes mech PVZ.
Well, he has taken his gas, so it's definitely going to be a Rax expand to start, and we'll see where we go from there. Machine, once again, standard here, 12, 11, 10. Just going to get that 2-hatch mu to play out, which is really the current meta so far for ZVT. So kind of just push him there. Maars going to get that scout off and see that and feel comfortable taking this command center. See if he puts down a bunker for safety or if he just feels good with his Marines. We'll see what he decides from there. Lair right away on time. Second barracks going down, cutting a little bit of Marines here, which could be dangerous. Oh, we do see 4 Zerglings, so maybe that will make Maars want to put a bunker down or supply depot to take some surface area away.
Yeah, with the cross map though, I don't know that the Lings are going to do too much damage. 6 Lings might catch him off guard though, actually, because some of those came out of the natural hatchery. So if Maars is only counting the Zerglings out of the main hatch, he could be losing track of just how many there are.
Yeah, some alarm bells should be going off. Like, no Lings are chasing my worker, so I got to be careful. But right now, we don't see any reaction from him. So Machine is going to go for it. I like to see him group the Lings. He's grouping the Lings before he goes in. Here we go.
And this is how Miku does.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's too much
First-
damage
Oh.
already. This is crippling damage.
Wow. Machine with great traits here. These Zerglings are getting a lot done. A bunch of Marines down. SCV's falling. Oh, I like to see him stay in the main, though, so he doesn't have to go back up the ramp. Okay, the ramp's not blocked. Going in again. Oh, kills another Marine. All those Marine kills are big, though, for a Zerg at this point in the game. Lowers the Marine count later. You know, Terran can't push onto the map with as many units. Now we see a bunker from Maars. Spire already 2/3 or 1/3 of the way done. So pretty good for Machine. You know, Maars is a little bit lucky. I feel like that was a moment Machine could have just started making lanes with some speed and just flooded him. It could have caught him a little off guard there, even more so than he already did.
Well, it's the Muta that are going to do the damage, I think. Now the Marine count's lower. It's he'll need to build more turrets, and the Marines won't be able to just move around, pushing the Mutalist back the way they normally would.
Yeah, I think that's definitely correct there. I think that he will not be able to have his Marines in as good of a numbers to get on the map and pressure Machine back. He'll have to sit home a little bit, which will allow Machine to secure this third bottom right and kind of do his thing. We do see a third Rax right down right now already from Maars. I wonder if he'll go with the fourth one. He'll go 4 Rax plus 1, or if he's going to add a factory. Should be interesting from here.
And that drone count for Machine is looking scary. It's normally you think of a 2-hat Muta open as a pretty low eco build, but he is decently saturated on his main and natural map. He will be able to add a 4th hatchery pretty quickly. He'll be able to have spare lava to saturate the bottom right. He doesn't need to get much done with these Muta. These Muta are going to get map control. It's going to be kill some SCVs, it's going to force some turrets, but the follow-up is going to be what is dangerous, I think.
And Maars did scan the main, so he sees that the spire is complete, as he knows probably from the timing. But the larva were already used, so he probably knows that these Muta are on the way, but his turret timing is very good, setting up the Marines to block the Mutas from getting into any of the SCV lines. He does seem pretty secure so far. Let's see what Machine can do with these Muta from here. Very good pull off from Maars there from that SCV. Save it. Nope, good micro here for Machine. Has a little window. I think his range was about to finish.
That cliff at the natural is being exploited beautifully by Machine. Just anytime Maars goes near that cliff, Machine's going to kill whatever's there. The Overlord is going to give him vision forever. And there's not really much you can do with the Mutalist above the cliff.
Yeah, we see the third base is running for Machine in bottom right. He has his hydrogen up already, so he'll be transitioning into Lurker to secure that bottom right base. We'll see when he probably have Evo Chamber soon and his Queen's Nest so we can get into the hive and just keep flying around with his Muta. Didn't get that Marine supplies. Usually 7. We're getting armor for these Muta. Oop, we lose 2 Muta there. Unfortunate trade.
Yeah, I recall Machine saying in one of his casts that he likes the armor from Muta because late game it gives you the 1 armor to scourge against Murphys.
Right now, doing a good job of holding Maars back in his base, like you said, just using that cliff. Every time the bio comes out, he kind of just picks a unit or 2 off and flies back over the cliff. Queen's Nest down, if we transition to Hive, Hydra are out, so he'll be able to get those Lurkers. We see Maars transitioning as well. He's going to his 2nd starport. Worker count for ZVT pretty close right now. Only, about a 9 or now 7 worker difference, so... Machine definitely having a strong economy going into the mid-game.
Yeah, that extra workers he had at the start when he was on 24 workers while going 2-hat Muta just gives him the money to add extra hatcheries, which gives him extra lava, which gives him extra drones, which gives him extra money. And it's just going to snowball, I think.
Yeah, well, Maars was able to scan that bottom right, so he now knows where the third base was taken. So we'll see if he wants to start moving that way to pressure it or not, what his decision will be. Machine does have Lurkers down already.
Yeah, does Maars even have a timing here? There's going to be Lurkers on the on the high ground. There's lurkers and sunkens at the natural, and Hive is like 3/4 done. So I'm looking at this and thinking, what timing could he have here? There's going to be, by the time he has the vessels to actually break up a ramp, we're going to have Nidus and Viola.
Yeah, we see that Machine's adding the Evo Chambers, he's adding the Carapace, planning for this late game. I think you're right. I don't know if there's much right now of a timing that Maars can hit. I do know it's good to be on the map as much as you can as Terran, because you do not want the Filer Lurker to get close to your Nat. So I think he's just moving out to create some pressure, to show some kind of map presence here to Machine. But these little cliffs, these up and down cliffs, are a little bit difficult here. These bio have to go up and over it, and the Muta can keep picking them off and running. So definitely could be difficult. We see Maars retreating already. He doesn't want to lose that bio ball to any more Muta as they just kind of fly in and pick off and keep moving. Ooh, one lone Marine.
Machine just adding more drones. So he's on double Evo now. He's making more drones. I'm quite worried for Maars. Nothing's really happened in the last 5 minutes, but Machine it's just progressing to his late game. He knows how he's going to win this game. He says, okay, I'm going to get my Defilers, I'm going to hit my 4th gas, I'm going to run over you Ultra. That's how this game's going to go. And I believe him.
Yeah, so far he's taken no damage. Maars hasn't taken much economical damage other than those links in the beginning, which have definitely slowed him down. But Machine is feeling really good, right? Like, if you're Zerg and Terran is not pressing you at all and you have Defilers coming out, it's 10-40, you got to be feeling okay. Oh, there we go. A couple little picks there, too.
Yeah, and this Defiler timing is fantastic. I'm looking at this too and thinking, okay, well, if Maars goes for a dropship play for recovery here, we still have all these Muta alive. They've got +1 Carapace. These Muta will be very helpful against any kind of dropship play. So if Maars is going to kill Machine, it's going to have to be with a frontal attack. The Defilers are done.
Yeah, and then once that consume happens, he'll be able to take his 4th gas, no problem, and then attack into Ultraless. Scanning, he sees the Defilers, he knows they're there. Maybe he can get some good irradiates, but once consume is done, he should be able to take his 4th gas. Easy. Just swarm and move on out.
I'm waiting for the other side of that Nida to get placed. Okay,
there it is. He was biding his time for the Nidus Canal, but all is good. We see upgrades happening for Zerg, so he wants to kind of get even here with Terran, especially as he gets into the Ultimus tech. You need that armor to match what the Terran's attack is. Oop, radiate on the Lurker. Oh, and on the Muta. What a radiate for Maars. Oh my goodness, taking out so many Mutas, Scourge, and a Lurker.
Oh, it's still happening. The irradiate is still going on.
Oh my goodness, what damage.
That was what Maars needed.
Maars definitely needed that. Oh, he must be looking for a plague here, sending in the thing. Oh, Maars, what a really good move. He sent a couple Marines forward just to snipe that Defiler, so his whole vessel count did not get plagued. Oh, the poor Muta, feeling their own wrath.
Yeah, and he was really hoping to lower the vessel count there. You need to keep the vessel count down, especially when you're on 3 gas, still trying to take your 4. These gas units are not easy to replace. So he went for this Muta Scourge dive, but it just backfired horribly.
And we do see a big worker lead now for Maars, even though he's only had 2 bases taking his 3rd. Big worker lead, big supply lead, but kind of normal in this matchup. Right? You see that Zerg's usually down a lot, but with that swarm, they can stay in the game, take 4 gases, and build up and run you over. So definitely still some concern for Maars here with the position that Machine's in.
Machine didn't start his +2 Carapace. +1 finished about a minute ago. +2 hasn't started. That
Definitely
is
something he wants to remedy.
Really like when you're going for an Ultraless Carapace build, you don't get the Carapace, then you don't have a build.
Very good snipe there on the vessel, so that was good. Start trying to lower them. Any vessel kill right now is massive. +2 Carapaces now started. I know the timing is not great, but I don't think Machine's plan is to move out anytime soon. Do you? I think he's going to sit here, take the 4th gas, keep swarming and just kind of build up to what he needs to get to. Add some macro hatcheries and get into this late game ZVT that's so difficult to deal with.
Right, I don't think he can do that anytime soon, for sure, because we're going to have Terran being a full upgrade ahead of the armor for quite a while here, but we would have liked to be able to.
Oh, big
nice.
plague on the science vessels. Oh, one goes down. He needed to save at least one of those Muta to use on those vessels. Splash.
Yeah, now the vessels are being very brave.
Yeah, getting good value. Still getting good value. Energy for units. Another big plague, even the factory.
Is that going to be a spore colony for the vessels, I think?
Yep, it is. It is. Well, we see Maars taking, this is where things do get a little tricky for Zerg, right? With the battle cruisers. Oh, Maars going in. Losing a ton of his vessels, though. Oh, no. Attacking.
That spore definitely the MVP.
That's spore big time, right? Big time kills from him. Oh. The whole vessel count reset there for definitely not what Maars wanted as he moved into this base. But can he still get it? Can he push through? Oh, I do see one of those big boys on the field.
I like the single hider that was hoping to get some vessel kills. It showed up. It's doing nothing under the swarm. But,
The Spore took all of its glory. The Spore took all of its glory to take out these vessels, man. He had hopes and dreams, but the Spore said, I will handle this. And this is where things get tricky, right? TVZ, I mean, right now, Maars, huge supply lead on 4 base himself, but the trades with Swarm and Plague just get better and better. They can continue to push out, they can continue to hit different bases, they're able to just trade effectively. If they can get some really good plays in this army, the medics run out of energy, it could definitely be difficult. So I know Maars is a huge supply lead, but things are still going to be difficult for him if he can't keep this Defiler and Ultra count low. He definitely, we see BC is doing work. He's going to definitely have to deny that 5th gas.
Yeah, it's you can't force a 4-gas Zerg to lead the game. It doesn't matter how many bases you have. The 4-gas Zerg doesn't have to lead unless he wants to.
No way, not in this matchup. Oh my goodness. Massive plague on that bio army. Massive plague. Oh, this is what happens. We start accumulating these ultras. Right, we have about 8 ultra there. Look at that army just gets evaporated. I don't know if he should move across the map just yet with this amount of ultras because he knows the bioforce is pretty big and the vessel count is still up, but let's see what he can get done with these ultras.
Well, you say the vessel count is still up, but it's not what it was. It's because Terran really should be beating the Zerg push early with the vessels, making sure that the fighters get killed on the other side of the map, making sure that the ultras eat irradiate before they're anywhere near the Terran army. That's not happening.
These irradiated ultras do extra damage to the Marines here. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that Spore hero was able to knock down as many vessels as possible, so the vessel count is low. We see the main anatomy now mined out for Maars. He's going to want to take another base. But that trade right there, good for Maars.
Am I reading Maars' SCV count right? Is that really 84?
84 SCVs.
That's a lot of SCVs when you only have 2 bases mining.
Yeah, definitely a lot of SCVs. Hopefully it'll spread them out, take another base. We see Machine going here for a 5th gas, so that'll be another plus for him. He just really needs to get units behind his economy now, right? He needs to not be on the map, just trying to gather up big armies, Swarm, Plague, see what he can pick off. We'll go for a little bit of a counterattack here.
Up to 86 workers now. For me, this is going to be like the NBA series all over again. I'm going to see if we can hit the 100.
Could be. We're on our way. Oh, that's a lot of missiles there.
Maars is threatening a counterattack, but how are you going to counterattack? He's got Swarm. You can't do base trades against the Zerg because the Zerg doesn't trade.
Ooh, that Defiler dying. Hard to watch. Machine lowering this massive SCV count for you.
The Nidus went down, but that was just the first Nidus. There was the second Nidus behind it.
Oh no! He didn't get the Swarmer, and he played off anything with those Defilers, and now Maars is busting through. He's feeling good. He knows there's a radiated ton. His army is large. He is looking to push in this natural.
Where's the Defiler? I don't get it.
Two that got picked off on the way in.
You just need one hero Defiler. You can hold up infinite Marines, but it's just not there.
If it's not there, we're sending units to reinforce through the Nidus. Ooh, he picks up that Nidus as well. Now I'm starting to worry for Machine a little bit if he loses his base here. Oh.
The one Swarm and he takes no damage at all. He killed so many workers at Machine's, Mars's fault. Had this trade been denied, this would have been fantastic for him, but that did so much damage.
Yeah, but we see he does clear it again. The worker count has been a little bit contained. It's getting closer, but these BCs are going to come in here and start picking off workers and hatcheries and spore colonies. The hero spore colony has already gone down. So we do see Machine looking for another counter, though. He's looking to push through.
Does he have a Defiler with it, though? Because if he doesn't, then... and we're still not fully upgraded on the Ultra Armor. Okay, we are upgraded now. The last time I checked, we were.
Okay, I don't know if radiating this very moment was the way to go.
Yeah, that's a pretty good eraser. Most erasers don't kill that many workers, but unfortunately...
these big boys are coming in. Well, crazy enough, we're almost at the 90 mark for workers. Down to 41 workers. A lot of workers have gone down in the last two counters.
They have, and Machine has taken 3 more bases. While he was losing the bottom right natural, he just triple expanded. They're not mining gas yet, but if Maars doesn't find them and deny them, then Machine is going to be on 7 gas there.
Yeah, that's scary. 7
yeah,
gas.
At that point,
that is scary.
Just don't even bother with them. You just send a Defiler.
Couple ultras picked there, though, by this Bioforce. You're right. I think if you could add a couple Defilers in these little counters, definitely add some value to them. He scans these bases. He sees they're going down. Ooh, Vessel getting picked by some Scourge.
Machine can lose like 2 of these bases and be fine. He doesn't need to hold every single one.
Oh, really good Plague there again.
Very nice. Doesn't have that much supply, but all he needs is Swarm. You don't need that much supplies though. And Maars just moving around looking for an opening, but he's not going to find a base where there's no Defilers. And anytime there's a Defiler, there's I say that, he finds a base with no Defilers. But it's there's generally not an opening in this matchup. It's wherever you go, one Defiler will just shut you down.
Really well done. Big Plague. Love that.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the Hydra count behind him.
And again, he got him again there.
He's transitioning into Hydra Ultra Plague is like the ultimate combo in this matchup, but he just doesn't quite have enough Hydras.
Not enough Hydra right now. Still not trading super effectively yet here. Oh no, Defiler finally gets to this base and it goes down.
I'm just waiting for Mucius to show up. Those vessels, one Mucius, all we need.
Ugh.
Give me one Mucius machine, please.
Oh, we're going for that BC.
So 50 drones, and he's got the bases that he can mine.
Oh no, still value. Oh, 2 go down. 3, 4. Oh, very nice. 4 get it, but 3 are still gonna get out. I was hoping none would if the Muta showed up. It would just take one shot and splash everywhere.
52 drones a machine, and he's got the bases.
Really strong from him right now.
He lost his 7th gas base, but I mean, he's still got 6 of them.
Yes, that's the thing about this map. I said before, the amount of gases on this map is very, very crazy. So as long as you're holding bases, like you said, he's okay. We see dropship play now coming in for Maars. Hopefully, probably looking to hit multiple areas. Ooh, lots of Scourge, though, waiting for that dropship.
Yeah, I do like the dropship without transition here, just because he can't do any kind of predictable attacks. But if Machine knows where Maars are going to attack, there will just be a Defiler there. But,
another good drop. 3 simultaneous drops. Really good multitask here from Maars.
yeah, he's finding openings. That didn't look like there was an opening at that base, but he found one.
Taking off a ton of drones. Ton of lings. Really valuable trades here. Look at this, even the main, more drones. Oh no, that drone transfer to save himself for their base with Marines.
Yeah, this is doing a lot of economic damage. He lost mining time as well. He still has a good drone count, but he's stopped mining 3 different bases.
That was definitely really good. Really strong move there from Maars, being able to hit multiple bases at different times. Just get as much eco damage as possible. Machine recovering, he has the larva to do it, he has the units, so we push on here.
Yeah, Machine's supply hasn't looked as healthy quite a while though. I feel like Maars pushing across the map here, that's a mistake. Like, all Machine has going for him right now is a giant army of Ultra Hydra. You don't want to go anywhere near those ultras.
No, you do not, especially if there's going to be a Defiler with them that's going to plague and swarm. Oh, those vessels so low.
I love the harass decision. That was the correct way to approach this, because you cannot ever fight those ultras.
Big ultras. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That's what Machine was waiting for. He was waiting for Maars to try and fight him, because the ultras just running back and forth trying to deal with the drops. That wasn't effective. Those ultras weren't doing much, but big fight in the middle of the map. Plague, Dark Storm, Ultra Hydra. Yes. That's what Machine wants.
Yeah, like you said, we see this supply count get closer and closer as the game goes. It was almost doubled before, but now we finally are seeing Machine slowly catch up into this game. Another dropship, he sees it. Going for that base, we have 3 BCs. I'd like to see him get +1 so he can one-shot these Scourge. With the armor, they're not going to get one-shotted by these BCs. They're going to have to take 2, so they're going to be way more effective trading. We see another drop at 6 o'clock, it looks like. That's hitting Machine's economy. He does snipe the hatchery. Ugh.
Machine's taken his 7th base again though, so he's still on 6 gas bases.
He's still on 6 gases, so he's feeling pretty good. BC's trading with the Hydra.
Also, for me, the main thing about the BCs is that they force so many Scourge, and Zerg normally, every time you build Scourge, you're crying about it. You don't want to. That's less Defilers, that's less Ultras. It really hurts your composition. That's not this game. If you tell Machine he needs to build Scourge, you're like, yeah, okay. Grab 10 lava, hit the Scourge button, done.
Like you said, when you have 6, 7 gas, you know, it's okay. Okay, Now we're within 30 supply here again. So, these vessels though. Oh, these vessels.
I do like the decision to go factories by Maars at the top left. Maars is recognizing that this is not the kind of game where you walk out into the middle of the map with Marines. Every time he's tried that in the last 5 minutes, it's gone badly wrong. This game here, if he's going to win it, he's going to have to try and force him to a split. He's going to need siege tanks. He's going to need to make sure he locks down the top left and doesn't lose a base. So I like the factories. I don't know about this move out. As I said, every time he's moved into the middle of the map, it's gone badly wrong. Not the time to try it again.
These vessels getting picked. This is massive.
Yeah.
That's huge for Machine. He got about 5 or 6 vessel kills right there for free as those vessels moved across. That is a big thing for Zer. Just continuing to get this vessel count down and down. Oh no, they radiate though anyway. Small little force here from Maars coming down doing some work. Once again, pulling the drones away, just hitting little by little.
Yeah, just I wish the Marines would turn around and go home. This is a bad neighborhood. You don't want to walk into this area.
They're coming in hot. They wanna fight. They're ready. But he irradiated all the defilers already. He already got them all, so there's no support from the defilers here. Here come in a bunch
of all the defilers. There was only ever one. It doesn't matter.
Wow, he's still gonna push through. And now the supply count is within 15 here.
I do like the decision to go set factories on top left, but it's too late.
We got some more drops coming in here. That gets cleaned up though. One Marine, what a hero. 4 kills. Oh, he's gone. It wasn't his day. Oh, see you later, VCs. Oof. And we are within 10 supply now for Machine.
It's just VCs are just not the threat they normally would be on this map. Not when Zerg has this many gas.
Yeah, the gas is just too much.
So the question is, how does Machine close this out? Because he's got map control, he's got the bases he wanted. He's where he wants to be, but he has to make the Terran lead the game.
Yeah, I think maybe busting the Terran main and getting on his production is a good choice because it looks like top left is very, very fortified.
He's only got the one defiler with his army. I've noticed that a few times. He has one defiler, and if he gets irradiated, he just doesn't have a radiator. It doesn't have storm anymore.
Oh no! No, this piece. Oh, okay, you got this.
Okay.
I'll say, do not let those 2 BCs pop a defiler.
This push here, he needs the swarm.
Yeah, but this is a tough base to take.
Oh, is the irradiator next to the defiler going to get it? No, okay. Defiler's still alive.
Swarms are down, but this many siege tanks, bunkers, supply depots, very tough base to break.
Yeah, it might be Guardian time.
Definitely could help, but we see that huge bioforce move across the map again.
Don't do it, Maars. Don't do it.
Oh, the plague is coming in, and then the swarm. And here come all those Scourge you were talking about. Can they get it? Oh, he's pulling them back. They're gonna make it. Okay, what? 2 vessels go down there. 3 vessels go down.
The secret is to have like 20 Scourge and not care if you lose them.
Just keep sending them till you get them all. I mean, again, Maars, another army comes out, another army down. Every time, Machine just knocks it down.
Yeah, Machine can't do much about top left, but if you give him Marines in the middle of the map, he can deal with that.
His army comp is definitely built. Oh, 3 dropships. I like it. Are we going to see multiple harass again? Are we going to get back on it? Are we going to just drop 1 base? I wonder what Maars is thinking.
I feel like 10 muted would kill top left. There aren't really any Marines up there. The vessel count's not that high. Just like 10 muted, just fly into the top left main.
The main could take it out. Dropships are on the left side. See what Maars is going to be doing with those. Machine moving his army. They are almost dead even finally. Scanning around to see what base. Doesn't have super great saturation at that 1 base. His 7th base. But, oh, he should see this incoming here. He does see it. He's moving units. Maars looks like he's going past the Nat, going into the main. Siege tanks in his drop.
Oh, we have a Great Aspire too. Hopefully it doesn't die, because I was really hoping for Guardians to close this game out. Okay, not going to happen.
I think it's a little worrisome now here with this. Might make it out. Ultraless Cavern goes down. Can it do it? 80 HP. Oh, it's gonna make it. You may get your hopes and your dreams here. You may see some Guardians.
Because if I was Maars, I would... Guardians are what I'd be afraid of at the top.
Yeah, for sure, right? All those tanks. But Maars relentless with these move outs. He is going to push again.
Machine has a supply lead though, I think, for the first time this game.
For the first time is right. He has been behind on supply.
Maars again with the Bioforce just pushing across the map.
Yeah, he keeps going with these push move outs, and every time he does, things don't go so well. But a lot of good radiates coming down here on all these things. Ooh, big plague. And here comes the Scourge. There's so many of them. Oh, I'd like to see Machine go for the main. I feel like that's the least guarded position right now.
Yeah, at least the main, you have Bioforce coming out of it, but you don't have 30 tanks. Because a large amount of Maars' supply at this point is tied up in tanks at the top left. So yeah, the main base is a base that you could actually pressure.
And if you kill all the infrastructure, it really could cripple Maars for the rest of the game.
Machine hasn't built any drones in quite a while.
Yeah, seeing this engagement here, we're trying to deal with these drops.
Okay, come on, kill the Great Aspire. We've got 2 tanks. No, okay, we're not interested in the Great Aspire.
There they are, though. The Guardians are out. They're probably going to be irradiated, but they're trying to get some work in. He can make more. He has enough gas. But you're right. This could be the trick to unlocking top left. But as we say that, Maars is sending 2 different groups to 2 bases of machines on the counter here. He is hitting different bases. Look at this. Oh my goodness, this is so much damage at these bases.
It is a lot of damage. That said, Machine double expanded to mid-right and mid-left at the same time. He still has a lot of mining bases.
Drone count them. He's down to 28. He definitely needs to remake some drones here. This is a big counter here for Maars. Really well done.
I think Machine should attack the main base, as you keep saying. If you look at the amount of supply he has 100 supply of Zerg combat units. He could get a lot done with that.
He could easily push on. I would love to see him do that. Oh wow! Ultraless Cavern about to go down again. And this base. Oh no.
He's got a Defiler. All you need is one Defiler. And to cast a spell. Please cast a spell.
Cancels the old fool's cavern. Oh, he's not using that. Oh, he plagues them now. A couple of the Marines.
He had some Zerglings. If he just swarmed, like 2 Zerglings would have held the base.
Have no fear. The Guardians are here.
The Guardians just cruising by. They're not stopping.
They
They have places to be.
want to outrange us. They don't want to fight up close.
What I really want to see is a bunker with ghosts in it, defending the middle line. Has the same range as a Guardian.
Yeah, PC's coming in to take care of these Guardians. They don't need no ghosts. Can't fight with them. Oh, and a mid-right is going down. This looks like it's swinging back into Mars's favor.
does.
Machine supply is starting to really plummet down his worker count. The BCs.
I feel like just like 2 or 3 Sunkens at each of these bases, and he would have been fine. But yeah, these just Marines are everywhere.
Yeah,
The Marines can't
Marines,
fight the army, but
BCs.
the Marines aren't where the army is.
Marines, the BCs, the dropships, I feel like just the non-stop multi-pronged attacks are really, really hurting.
We only have 1 mining base left. It's the natural to bottom right.
Greater Spire going down.
I think Mars has done it. If you look at the supply, it's flipped. Machine now has no supply. Mars is still strong. It's hard to believe that a minute ago, Machine was ahead on supply.
Yeah, Maars just seems like he pulled it out with all the different pronged attacks he hit, the dropships. You know, it's just difficult from here. Machine seems to be a little bit crippled on economy. And Maars is still working on 2 bases top left. Definitely tough here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing another attack through the middle, but this time Machine doesn't have like 20 Ultralisks. This time the attack can actually break through.
Yeah, a lot of Irradiants going down here. There's no Spire now. Another Irradiant on the Defiler. Both Defilers. We have 1 Plague. Ultralisk getting hurt. Ultras going down. Units touching them going down. We see almost 100 supply lead again here for Maars as he pushes forward. Machine long distance mining from that 6 o'clock base. Here comes the Bio Force again across the map.
He's done it.
He has done it.
So there's multi-pronged attacks, just constantly killing hatcheries, killing drones. And there's not static defense of them, or where there was static, or where there was defense, where there were like defilers and things ready to defend. Spells weren't being cast. Just Mars with the multitasking.
Ooh, ooh. Big plague on the vessels.
I think he'd already plagued those vessels once.
Yeah, it's one of these difficult those. That army is massive now, that Bio army.
I feel like this is the frustrating series of your Machine, because game 1, Machine basically got his plan, but Mars with the timing attack just somehow won. This game, again, Machine, he got where he wanted to be. He got 7 gas Zerg in the late game.
Yeah, I think he'll be frustrated both of these games. I think that he definitely had good spots. Just unfortunately couldn't capitalize on both. Game 1 was weird with timing. And this game it kind of just got pushed through with all those drops. Like, I think if he would have attacked the main, it definitely could have helped him out. Instead of going to that top left for all those tanks.
His attacks tended to have that much momentum because they only had the 1 Defiler with them. So the Defiler would go down and he would just run out of swarm.
Yeah. The vessels did a ton, the BCs did a ton, and unfortunately that's gonna eliminate Machine from this BSL15 Group A. So now we go to the other side of the bracket, and we have a Clash of the Titans here with DragOn and Nyoken. Definitely going to be some solid games. Definitely going to be a tight series as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're both 2,400 plus players. This could easily be like the final game of NA. We're seeing it in the winners of the Group A, but if this was at the bracket stage of this final, I believe that.
I agree. These are definitely two really strong players that could easily make it to the finals, and here they are playing in the group stage, like you said. So the first map is Monopoly. Definitely, I think, harder PvT unless, like you said, you send out your probe and find where they're making their CVs or mining. But it'd be interesting to see how they play. Will DragOn stick to his normal style where it's fast Nexus, Goon into a third Nexus, or will he mix it up and actually play with some Reaver play or something else? Curious to see what he decides.
I'm good.
Looks okay. We go to the next into this match shift. So alrighty, I think we're going to be loading this one up, and we're going to have Nyoken versus DragOn on Monopoly. Here we go.
At the 7 o'clock spawn in the red, we have the first player DragOn.
And this time, not in blue, but in magenta. It is Nyoken. So you think Maars took Nyoken magenta, like you said? Was that the way it went down?
I think it might have been. And that's just how you get the edge.
Magenta Terran units, maybe they have a little more range than the rest of the Terran colors. All right,
Oh.
It's going to be interesting to see here what both players opt for. Monopoly rush distances are pretty close, so things like 12 Nexus are a little bit not as strong because you're more at risk. Will Nyoken go for a gasless here? Will it bother him that it's shorter distances? We'll see what both players opt in for.
Yeah, I would not want to elongate on this map because once the Terran gets up to that, they get their upgrade, they get high supply, they can. There's only two ways around the map. It's like a circle in the middle of the map. You can go clockwise or anti-clockwise, but the Terran can just wall off one side of them. Buildings, mine, have a few tanks there, and that means you have to attack the Terran army head on. And it's not that much ground you have to work with. There's no wide open area you can work in. So for me, I feel like you either end this early or you get map control and go into cannons. You do not want to be playing this map on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very difficult to combat Terran armies in these small chokes that are the ways around the map. So I think we see very standard though from DragOn, no scout. Probably going to be a 2021 Nexus here as well from him. Pretty standard, pretty usual for him. Nyoken.
I have a cool last. I played Gypsy on this map, and he did an early tank. He did like a 10 tank army, which I think Nyoken also quite likes. But I don't. If I was Terran, that's not how I play this. We'll see if there any kind of early pressure like that comes out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And these players have a lot of history, so we'll see if that plays any effect into it, or they're both just going to play their standard games from here on out for this tournament. Looks pretty standard. No scout from DragOn yet.
I quite like no scouting in this spot. He knows it doesn't actually change anything. He's going for the range expansion. So his plan does not change at all, regardless of what Terran's doing. So why would you scout?
They might as well optimize his mining.
Especially with that extra pistol too.
See Naokin, pretty standard stuff here from him as well. Bunker at the factory, probably going to take Command center right behind this. I feel like with no scout, though, it must be tempting to just hit him with a 2-fact.
Maybe if you saw that he was going for like a 21 nexus with blade range. But in this case, Dragon's gone range first. It's a 23 nex. 23 nex is pretty safe against a 2-fact, as long as they're disciplined about it. If you go 23 nex into like 29 gate, 30 gate, get your 3 gateway timing, you can hold a 2-fact no trouble.
Yeah, so we'll see if what Dragon's next step is. Is he going to go into a robo, go for early observer? Is he going to add a gateway? Is he just going to go be super greedy? See the robo down now.
Yeah, this is as textbook as could be. This is 23 next, 25 robo. 2 to go into the range before the nexus. This is the one that's on the build order guide. And I mean, yeah, why would you not do it? It's a classic.
Very strong. Very strong build. Stops a lot of the timings that Terran like to use to push out, so get a strong economical lead. So I think Dragon likes the style, probably just going to be observers, kind of look at what the Terran is doing, and then just take a third nexus from there.
Yeah, it's that observer that you mentioned. You get an observer inside their base about 6:30, and then you can just play it from there. That the observer will tell you what the Terran's doing. You do the counter. I love that he went for the CC. If he doesn't see the CC, he really would need a third gateway just to make sure he's safe against 2-fact. But he can probe to CC, and he just delays the gateway. Goes just extra probe instead.
Yeah, you gotta always check. You can't assume it, because you never know.
This play here, I would give out as an example of how to play like PvT. But so far, Dragon is just this is the build.
Yeah, really strong, really solid, hitting all those timings. We're probably going to see about a 6-minute third, which is like perfect, so that he just really continue his economy and production into the mid to late game. But I do worry, as you said, late game and mid game, this map can get difficult.
The Vax is splashing. This is Naokin's not gonna let it. This is gonna be a 3-tank push.
Here we go. Doesn't see it right away.
Losing that to go is huge. He only has the 2 gateways, so he cannot be placed that easily. He is still gonna have a good number of goons. He can push back if he micros it back, but he does need to micro it back.
Oh, Nyoken getting a little split up here with the AI from the 2 sides of the ramp. He's able to pick off a tank right away.
And that remaining tank is 1 volley from death. If Dragon has not added a 3rd gateway though, he could still be in trouble.
Oh, he
I
had
like that.
Shield battery. Oh, another tank down.
Okay, that's the DPS gone.
That shield battery. Oh! What?
Why would it pick that
mine?
to go into? It was a Dragoon right next to it, and it goes straight for the highest value Dragoon there was.
Oh my goodness!
Not like this, Dragon, not like this.
So
Okay, we're fine.
many goons traded, and Nyoken takes the worker lead. 3rd nexus is down, but wow, that mine. Oof, it hurt my soul.
Just everything just went wrong. The first Dragoon just dying because it didn't react that quickly. That mine, the tank surviving on like 1 Dragoon hit remaining and pulling back. But I mean, Dragon is still in good shape. He's got that quick third. The issue is that that third is not an easy third to pile on.
Yeah, definitely not easy to stop the Vulture harass there. And he pretty much reset his entire army count for Protoss, so Protoss is really not going to be under pressure too much. Nyoken should be feeling pretty good about maybe adding a CC soon and taking a 3rd base. Unless he's going for some type of 6-fact plus 1 timing, which I don't know. Oh, we have 5-fact at least. Oh no, that tank is trapped. That poor tank.
He can lift his buildings. There we go.
Must be nice.
Must be nice. The other thing that comes to mind is that Dragon's first observer did not cross the map. It stayed home because of the push coming. So Dragon actually had 2 observers next to each other when he was defending the push. And he didn't get his first observer into Nyoken space, although he found an opening. That is huge.
Look at that.
Part of the Dragon's opener is that he gets that like 6:20 timing where he gets his observer inside their base and tells him what to do from then onwards. And he didn't get the observer in because he was busy defending. He just sent it across the map. So he could have easily lost this push timing if he hadn't just got the observer in then. But he found an opening.
Yeah, it's going to be key to make sure he adds those gateways and gets himself going. I guess this is a
really
5 plus 1 timing.
I really like that he kept trying to get the observer and he had a turret, tried some westbound, a turret, tried at 3rd place, 4th place he looked, there was a gap.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a move out soon here from Naokin. Seems like he's posturing for that. So he gives him a 5 fact. He'll push out with the 5 factories and.
This is the perfect response by Dragon. He just throws down as many gateways as he can. Ideally, he would have speed lots, but there's no time. Ideally, there'd be storm, but there's no time, so he just grabs the shuttle, throws some zealots in it, because that's what he can do.
Alright, I like that drag. The dragon is just clearing minds, stopping vision for Nyokin here, kind of getting himself in position. He'll probably want to take the 4th base once he safely pushes this push back.
Yeah, but not before, because right now the game is this push. So Dragon is just playing it. He knows it's win condition. This push does nothing. So 4th base, not the win condition, not going to do it.
He has an observer on the army. He knows exactly where it is. Like I said, this is where things get a little bit more tricky. It's just where you're going to engage this army, making sure you have enough space here. Back up, I like it. Every time you force a Terran to siege and then unsiege, you're buying yourself a little bit of time. Maybe you get another round of zealots out, something on the move to kind of help you as the push is coming. Ooh, is he trying to do some zealot bombs? Get a little tricky, I like it.
Is Nyoken still committed though? Is Nyoken moving out of it?
Seems like he's just leapfrogging a little bit his tank and turrets up, knowing that this pathway can be difficult for Protoss to engage. It's going to be very head-on.
Especially with the Vax. That Vax is going to float out right as the fight starts, and the Goon's going to just treat it as a magnet. The Goons love that.
Here we go. See the Zealot bombs going in on top of the tanks, trying to draw some of the fire so it's splash on the Goons. I think it's going to be a close fight here.
I don't think it's going to be a close fight. Although the speed dots are struggling to get in. Those Goons are just blocking them really hard.
Nyoken pushes it back. Dragon gets out with about 12 Goons anyway.
Yeah, I think that was actually win for Dragon. There's Dragon mostly lost Zealots, and that's fine. He's got 3 bases, he has a lot of gateways. Zealots are free. As long as the Goon counter stays alive, he'll just replace the Zealots with more Zealots. I would like to see 2 shuttles though. There was no reason not to add a 2nd shuttle there.
Nyoken still no 3rd command center. Oh, just put it down at the 3rd. Oh, not just put it down, almost done with the 3rd already. And adding more factories, getting up to 7 factories. Looking to get his +2 with that science facility.
Yeah, the transition into a 3rd base and upgrades changes things. And at this point, Dragon needs to make sure that he's adapting to the fact that Nyoken is no longer going for the push.
Yeah, it would be better for him now to kind of push up and take that 4th. We do see that there are mines there, but he does have a group of observer to clear it out.
Nyoken expanding towards Dragon 2 is a strong play. It puts Dragon kind of under the gun. There's always going to be this large Terran army that's not very far from Dragon's natural.
Yeah, I don't even know if Nyoken has a choice there, right? Like, considering how far away that 3rd is on that base, like, set up, definitely more difficult. So I think that was a much better way to hold his third, taking this one closer to his rallying base.
Question is, what's DragOn going to do to try and win this? Because he can't break Nyoken's base. He's 30 supply behind. He could maybe get some shuttles and some storms together, but with floating buildings and bad AI, it's going to be tough to break that base. Oh, just diffusing the mine beautifully here. Just not allowing the vultures to get anything done.
Wow, I thought there was going to be some more goon death there, but nope, just the vultures got picked away.
Yeah, now he's up 44 supply. Now he killed all those vultures. But he doesn't have an angle for this base. He can't attack, so it's going to have to be either Speed Shuttle Storm, which I don't think he has, or Arbiters, which I don't think he has, or Carriers. But the Carriers, if he doesn't have the upgrades, can't go them either.
You do have an Arbiter on the way. So, they can just continue to scan, see what's going on, try to deny bases.
I would love to see +1 air upgrade at this point. Because it's 100-100, but you can't go Carriers later on without it.
Yeah, and it seems like we're getting to that point where it's going to be a little bit more split. There's going to be one major fight, so having that late game tech set up like Carriers is massive. It's just a big deal.
Yeah, DragOn going for the other main. That's his other win condition, is that he takes the other main and sets up gateways there. But this map, I don't know that's even a win condition, just because the Terran gets so efficient later on that they will. It doesn't matter how many resources you have. You beat the Terran army with tech or not at all.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of a mind game here for Naokin in terms of just. Oh, that was going to be a big mind track. But just he sees that the goons are at the top, so he is now moving his army in. The Dragon not waiting for the goons and just going
We've got storms. Show me the storms, Dragon. Show me the storm. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, that is beautiful.
Blanketing the Terran army.
Oh, wow. And that's enough. That's game. If you ever do that, I mean, yeah, that'll get it done.
Very, very strong fight from Dragon there. Those storms were incredible.
Yeah, and that's the other flip side of Monopoly, is that these narrow attack paths that you push through, where the goons just block everything and the Protoss army can't move. Terran army is going to get clumped up as well. If you have high tempo on the shuttle, you can do that.
We see a counter here from Naokin trying to cancel out that base.
Vultures are so strong. Like, cannons are the counter to vultures, they don't counter vultures.
Yeah, later in the game like this, when the mech army is like 2-1-3-2, you really get like a ton of cannons cannons, which are slipping across. They just bust the cannons. Oh no! Oh no! Oh! I had a little panic attack there for those probes.
I don't think Protoss has anything that does full damage to vultures and doesn't take full damage from vultures.
I don't think so.
There's nothing that counters vultures. This is great by DragOn, denying this.
Yeah, this is a big base here for Nyoken.
Oh, here comes the dropship. Stasis it, come on. Go together, stasis them.
I think this Dragon army is about to get trapped.
He's got Storm. He'll be fine. That's what you stasis, really? Okay.
Okay, good storms.
This is an angry High Templar.
Very, very angry at Templar. Getting some really good storms out. We'll see Shanks coming in.
I think we're only on one Stargate Arbiter though. And one Stargate Arbiter... Okay, no, never mind, 2 Stargate Arbiter. That's what I wanted to see, because you're not going to close it out with single Arbiters. They're just... to close this game out, you're going to need recall. If you're not going carriers. It's recall or carrier.
Yeah, I really
and
like
if he's
getting
going...
all those gateways up there at the top center base, so that he has another production spot. You can see it's cut off. The question is, having just the left side, is it enough? Does he need more?
Yeah, I'm looking at this thinking, okay, so Nyoken can take... Oh, no one's denying this. Dragon's army is just out of position. That's the thing with Snap, it's so difficult to move around. The right-hand path is obviously cut off, which means he has to move his entire army up, left, up, right, just very long way around.
Alright, we have a good setup here for Naokin, but we do have a huge supply difference also.
If there were multiple arbiters, this fight would just be over before it began, but with one arbiter, Nyoken has a chance. Not a good one, but not nothing.
Big storms right there. His army is going to get cleared anyway. Look at the supply.
So Nyoken has
now.
4 bases. There's 2 more bases he can take. That's 6 bases. Dragon also 6 bases if he stays on the bases he has and takes the natural. So I mean, yeah, we're looking at a map split here. If Nyoken takes the like top middle one and the base at the bottom right that he hasn't taken yet, he's keeping that one backed. So the Dragon's never going to take that base.
Huge supply lead though for Dragon now. It really looks like he's starting to tighten up on this game and getting himself into a really, really good spot. I'd love to see him start harassing and dropping that 4th base from Nyoken with those Templars or some recalls to really stretch Naokin's army.
Oh, EMP. The arbiters are stacked.
No.
No.
Ooh, and all those Templar too. Goodbye for this energy.
That's a disaster.
Energy and shields. Goodbye.
Right, now you can. Dragon has a huge supply advantage right now, but it doesn't matter because he's got no spells. He can't actually attack.
We still see the Arbiters, no carriers, just continuing to pump out those Arbs.
Dragon trying to sneak the bottom right base. That's the. I mean, if he can get it, that's huge. But I was assuming that Nyoken was just pocketing that base because Dragon could never take it.
Yeah, I think it's a hard one to hold, but who knows? Maybe so much going on the map. They wouldn't know the difference there. He's just going to let it stay.
I quite like the decision by Nyoken not to take that base because ultimately that base is safe. He can have that one as like his final mining base that Dragon can never attack.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh. Do we have any spells?
We have none.
No. And there's such a narrow attack path here. It's
almost
how do you attack?
impossible. Almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I like carries because this is not a map where you play on the ground. It's just that window to attack is so narrow.
Yeah, and Naokin just saw that bottom base is taken, so he'll probably slowly push up to the tanks.
I think there was one arbiter slightly above the Protoss army that might still have energy.
Yes.
Okay, we have 2 stasis. As long as he remembers that arbiter exists, we can still win this fight.
We have almost as many vessels as arbiters out here looking to drop these EMPs all over. Here we go. They're looking. They're coming in. Oh no!
I hate it when I forget units that have spells. Just I put an arbiter somewhere and I don't ever use it.
Oh, we've all done
I look at it. Yeah, because that arbiter with 200 energy. If he recalls on top of the tanks as well, that would work. He's right there. He could get on top of them. He cannot fight this army head on.
Yeah, maybe even looking for recall back at one of Nyoken's other bases or in his main really would help as well. Recalling that top base, recall the main, there's really not much
There's no
defense
mines. It's a 24-minute game where there's been mass arbiter and there's no recall defense.
So I think this is the big struggle here, right? When you're a Protoss that's maxed out PvT and there's no good avenue to have dispels, like what do you do? It's almost like you're letting them catch up at this point. Like you really need to secure more change tech or something. I feel like it's very difficult to steer 200-200 and not move. Exactly
You can't change tech. He's forgotten that 200 MG arbiter. It's right there. He's using other. Okay, he's found it.
Well, I still think he could carrier switch. I think it's okay if he really wanted to. A couple of recalls, carrier switch, but I think we're committed to these arbiters right now.
We've got +3 armor on the Terran deck, so that means the carriers it down from doing 5 damage a hit to 2 damage a hit.
Oh,
You can not go carriers in that spot. I want to see a follow-up recall. I want to see him recall this base, then just immediately recall the army from this base into the main. Just chain it. Because this army is not getting out. This Protoss army is dead. So just keep moving. Recall it to the next base.
not looking good for this Protoss army. Arbiters hanging up there.
Got the energy.
Trying to take out this command center, it looks like. Is he gonna get it? Oh, not gonna go for it.
Behind the zone, Nyoken's taken out the natural to top left. That tank push has just made it all the way through.
Again.
We have another recall at top right. There is no recall defense in the main at all. None.
Naokin dropping onto this island here, but it is just so many cannons. He needs to start a little bit further away. Oh, we have recall. I mean, stasis there, another stasis there. Dragon pushing on through again.
Yeah, those gateways in top left are being really valuable here. This is what he needs. This kind of trade.
Get the rest of the army there.
Nyoken's allowing the base at bottom right to go up. It's cut off. The only thing that's really holding it is cannons, but he's allowing it.
They call it the units are in action right now. Doesn't have many units to do stuff with right now. Just trying to get this Dragon army back and hold this base.
Nyoken, show me a recall, please. Just recall the main right now. Where did that Arbiter go?
I think that Arbiter's still. Or is that maybe it's not still over there? Maybe it's a different one now. Oh, it's a one here. Nothing there. They're fighting for the island now.
I think by allowing bottom right, Nyoken is letting this game slip away. Bottom right was a base that Nyoken needed to win.
Yeah, I think Naokin's been playing a little bit from behind since that first push that got crushed. But he's been making it a very, very good game, making it very difficult on Dragon here. Arbiter's not good for fighting. Oh, so many tanks.
He has Arbiter energy, but I've not seen a recall. Show me a recall, please.
Trying to clear out this island so that he can secure it as well as the bases go.
He has enough energy that he could justify recalling to the island to save it. Like he's got spare arbiters. It wouldn't hurt. He could recall the army back out once he saved it. He can't be losing that Nexus.
No, he needs every base right now. I still think he could bust this with a couple stasis or a recall. Oh no! Arbiter
like
just get picked though. No.
And then next to a cliff, you can recall it from up the cliff. That's not the way in.
Those glides came in and just smashed that Arbiter.
He could recall from the bottom right as well. He could get into Nyoken's main any angle he chooses. And he's got 5k minutes. He could VMAX. Just do suicide vehicles in the main over and over. You've gone armor attack. The way you close out this game with armor attack is suicide vehicles.
Well, right now I think he's trying to figure out how to secure this island. He's trying to get more bases. I don't think he feels like he can attack in anything. I'm surprised we haven't seen the recall, but right now I guess he's just holding on.
Just we're one recall away from this game being over. Nyoken is just hoping the recall doesn't happen. His plan for if he gets recalled is to leave the game.
Yeah, well, right now, as long as this game goes, and when he gets to 200 mech, he's going to feel secure again.
He's so flat. He looks like he wants it.
Well, he clears up this island again. He'll be able to take it. And as he does this, Nyoken pushes in. I think this would be the perfect time for the main base recall. He's pushing in. All of his units are gone. Go for it.
250 energy. Oh, there was a second EMP, but it's fine. He's got more arbiters inside the main base. He's got more arbiters with army. This stasis everything. Or stasis something. Yep.
Big engagement here.
Okay, come on, stasis.
Oh no, another arbiter.
Stasis. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Stasis. One tank at the front.
Not ideal for what Dragon wanted. Now he's going to push in here. He still does have Storm. Can he get some? He's getting some good storms down these tanks.
They are good storms, yeah.
Flanking them all over here.
He's got 7k resources, so he's going to be able to VMAX. Nyoken can't VMAX. So this wasn't the greatest trade ever for Dragon, but he doesn't need it to be.
Yeah, Dragon.
He just...
For a second there, was down in supply, taking it back up. Nyoken just immediately building a command center on location in that natural. Getting ready to try to just take over this base and slowly take bases. I mean, the bank difference is huge, it's massive, but the unit count right now in favor of Nyoken. Soon the base count. If he can take all top left.
I'm disappointed by these arbiters. Dragon has the tools. All respect to Nyoken, he's doing the best he can here, but Dragon should have closed this game out already.
Nyoken just battling back right now, trying to see what he can pull out here, taking it a little minute by minute, just taking bases, pushing slowly. I still, like you said, I'd love to see still recall the main wall issues, just spreading out, taking this base.
Yeah.
Like his army can't be at home.
Nyoken has income if he doesn't have the factories. Oh, we have a recall. Okay.
Recalled onto the army. We're going to clear this. That might be enough to clear out the space. At least hold top left.
32-minute recall as our first one.
Is our second. We recalled top right that one time as well.
Oh yeah, so we did.
We did do that. We got to give credit where it's due to these arbiters. They're working hard out here.
Oh, after knocking out top right, that was the second arbiter there with energy. The follow-up recall would have been beautiful.
Yep. Oh, EMP'd. A lot of units from Terran here. A lot of units.
I'm so surprised that he was allowed to take that natural.
Yeah, I thought
This is
fight.
not that was gonna go.
I don't think this is how the match was gonna go. I thought Dragon had this for sure already locked up.
I think Dragon still has it, but he's making it hard work.
Good stasis. Might use some more. Stasis those three.
We're only gonna do the one stasis.
Man. That top right, or top left natural is a big base to hold right now.
Nyoken only has 130 supply. Literally all the units Nyoken has are in this one spot. which means that anything you do somewhere else will just win the game. Any Protoss units that are not in this one battlefield would win the game.
Well, right now, I think Dragon's thinking, as long as I deny this top left and I keep holding it, I'll win. So they're both fighting for it at this point. Not thinking about leaving, going to the main. We'll see it. We both know, we said it, it's hard to move on this map, so the recall's going to help with the movement. I'm just not sure what Dragon is going to do here next. If he doesn't go for that recall in the main, he's going to keep fighting in these tough positions top left, because the high ground tanks, the turrets, things are very difficult here. Very
Because sometimes
difficult.
you assume that the Terran would not have allowed the main to be undefended. You think, okay, well, if I recall the main, there's going to be mine, I'm going to lose my army, and then I'm going to be banned. Because, I mean, that's normally what happens.
Oh, another recall right here. 2 recalls. Pushing out, taking this base over again. Stasis those tags.
I would like to see the third Stargate at this point, too. Just because he's got double gas in the middle. Arbiters are how he's dealing with the army. If your late game strategy is you're going to stasis everything, then stasis everything.
Well, right now he looks like he's doing a decent job up here. He just needs to deny that base. I think, you know, because Naokin is mining a ton on that base. That's really what's going to be left. Because soon that third base is going to be, or not that third, but the top center base is going to be taken out as well. This is a real scrappy game right now, going back and forth here.
It is, yeah.
Looks like he's gonna clear out some more of these tanks. So. Question is it enough right now?
He's up 40 supply and up. He's got 6k bank. There we go. He spends it. He's up 60 supply. 70 supply. He spends all that money.
Oh, even a storm drop on the mineral lines of those 2 bases, knowing they're his like last mining bases, would help.
I think we finally have enough stasis that we can just stasis everything.
And if you're Naokin, I think you just stick to this game plan, right? I'm like you're just gonna keep taking bases slowly pushing, doing your thing, take it step by step, allow it.
Where's the next wave of units out the gateways? Dragon went from 140 supply to 180, and then he's staying on 180.
We have another recall in the middle here to help clear out the space. Oof, those mines. Oh. Mines. Okay, he secures the middle again. He can start mining again from there.
I think we have about 7 stasis now. There are not 7 tanks at the top middle. I think it might be go time.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him just go for the main or recall all those other bases and get it done.
Okay, there's another Stargate. He's getting his +1 air. As long as this doesn't count as count. Dragon, no. Carry is actually one of the few ways that he could lose this at this point, I think. Because he doesn't...
He needs to get them to 3-3 first, and then he'll be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I quite like +1 to the Arbiters at this point, just because you can defend the space with tanks with Arbiters. You have enough Arbiters every time.
Yeah, I do like the one Arbiter in the carrier type play as well.
You can't... He doesn't have the economy to go Arbiters, so he carries at this point. He just doesn't. And he does have the army to bust top left. Is the other thing. It's carriers can't win in the game, but not going carriers can't lose in the game. He has all these arbiters, he had a supply lead, he can bust the top left.
Oh, here we go. Coming in, another EMP on the Arbiter. Pushing smoke groups units up the ramps, just trying to secure the space. Good stasis there. 3 tanks and the Science Vessel. But now we're just slowly reinforcing here. Taking this high ground over, making it more and more difficult. Just trying to slowly take bases where he can just mine and get back into the game. Battle for this island has been going on forever. These two have just been scrapping it out for this island. It looks like Nyoken's finally going to take this island down.
Dragon's got an army and he's got vehicle. I know when he vehicled his army up to the top. Okay, we can defend the top left.
He wants this top left.
He is making this such hard work. He's lost the. No.
I'm
Have
not
to
sure.
retake it with carriers.
I'm not sure how he's going to hold this top left or get it back, but I think that Nat, by the time he does, is going to be mined out. Like, the only available bases may be this island soon.
Carriers are going to do 2 damage a hit to the Goliath.
Well, he upgraded. It looks like he's got +1.
Okay, they're going to do 3 damage.
Okay.
You don't go carriers at this one. It's too late. They're actually quite expensive units.
They're
You
very
go
expensive.
you go carriers when you can like capitalize on the carriers, you get more map control, more bases to get more carriers. But in this situation, when you're like you're running out of money, like he's spent all his money on the carriers, but they're not good.
Well, I must say, this is an epic game.
It is, but at the same time, he's making it hard work.
I mean, the fact that we're still in this game 40 minutes in after we saw some of the crazy opening, what a game, what a comeback so far from Nyoken. No matter how this ends up in a result, this is an incredible game here. Both sides fighting. We may see Monopoly be mined out soon.
Okay, carriers gonna arrive soon.
Carriers will arrive, they'll handle their thing, handle their business. There they are with a bunch of arbiters.
Do we have the carrier capacity upgrade? Is, I guess, next question.
I believe we saw that. Ooh. Good stasis.
Okay, yeah, we got the capacity. We're gonna tickle the Goliath after about 3 damages.
It's enough. We got 3 damage times 8, so we'll make it happen. This could be it right here. Maybe Nyoken is feeling a little bit worried here. I mean, what does he have for these carriers right now? Goliaths are stasis. Some more Goliaths are coming in to help push
So the
back
arbiters are
these
stacked.
carriers.
If you get an EMP on the arbiters, you can.
Oh, Cloak Wraith coming in!
Stasis the Wraiths!
Oh no! Arbiter down!
Stasis
Second
Wraith.
Arbiter down! Oh my goodness, he's gonna kill all these carriers!
Oh, Nyoken's done it!
Nyoken is gonna take all these carriers out! All this investment is going down the Cloak Wraith! Out of nowhere!
Zero just not showing us the Wraiths on purpose. Just building up the drama.
Build up the anticipation. Oh my, there they were hidden. Who knew they'd be there? For Wraith. Wow, and now look at the supply. We have 165 to 117 now for Nyoken after those carriers and arbiters were erased.
He could have
What
vetoed the
a
carriers out as well.
turnaround.
If he had an arbiter at the middle with vehicle, then he could have. If we have any arbiters anywhere, he could have saved the carriers. I guess not.
I don't think that these carriers can do it now. I think we have Goliaths and Wraith on the map. Very, very difficult situation here for these carriers. If they were tough before, they're even more tough now. Oh,
I wouldn't mind seeing D-Web and Corsair at this point, just to hold the middle. Like, drag it out to like a half-hour game. We're already at 45 minutes. Drag it out for another half hour.
This is crazy. So now this middle becomes ever so important. Can he hold it? From Nyoken is the question. Nyoken's slowly just dropping units, just elevating them in, trying to take some kind of fortified position here so he can bust this. I mean, he has to feel pretty good. If he can get the tanks onto the cannons and the goons, he should be able to clean those carriers up. Right.
The game's over. Nyoken's won.
I don't know, Quark. 2 seconds ago, you're telling me it was all Dragon. Now we have such chains of events. Who knows? Maybe Dragon's hiding something.
My recollection is that I said the only way he can lose is if he goes carriers.
Well, he went for it. He went for it. And here we go. We have carriers in the middle fighting the Goliaths. Where are the Wraith? Here coming the Wraith. Carriers did a good job on the Goliaths. Let's see what they can do versus these Wraith. Oh.
I want to see close to that.
Oh my goodness. There's still one observer. Oh, the observer's gone.
I think if you're Dragon, you do not. You've watched the replay and you're like, well, shit. How did this happen?
Well, right now he's still in it, still fighting.
He is still fighting.
He's fighting. I don't know if it's gonna make a long time effect, but he's fighting because now Naokin is. Oh, the whole map is mined out here, pretty much.
Okay, lockdown. Lockdown is how you win as Naokin now.
Now we could see some lockdown. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The amount of Goliaths now coming out for these carriers. We're going to see an anti-carrier army here in a second. That it's just Wraith and Goliath. I mean, this is an epic PvT here and a crazy comeback. There's no reason to even send the probe in, Dragon. There's nothing left. There's no minerals.
He's just hoping to bait the Wraiths into the spawning and then storm them. Carriers are just moving around. And I sure hope some Wraiths never show up.
Well, he's doing a good job right now picking off Goliaths. Sends in the Vulture. Trying to storm them. Goliaths are moving in towards these carriers continuously, trying to push up. Oh, we have one more storm. Unlucky. But the carriers are pushed back again.
The map's mined out, except for the minerals the Dragon has. But, I mean, I still don't believe.
Is it worth fighting here against these Goliaths at this point?
I would say no.
I think just going back, securing the island is probably the next best thing.
Yeah, you take the island, and then once the island's mined out, then you can come up with a plan for winning the game. But right now, your plan is just to not lose the island.
Just mine the island out. Oh no, these carriers are trapped. He's not letting them go back. Another carrier down. Here come the Wraiths just diving on in. Goliaths pushing up from the other side. These carriers look like they are toast. And we have a GG from Dragon. No way. What?
After those storms, that first push too.
What an epic game. Oh my goodness.
Those storms all over the tanks as Nyoken pushed. That was beautiful by Dragon. The game should have been unlosable from that.
Epic game, crazy game, right? DragOn had such a strong hold on the game, and Nyoken just clawed his way back into it. Wow.
Just American just saying, we're just going to fight in this one spot over and over where all the tanks are. And DragOn just kept on grinding away at them.
Unbelievable. And I feel like in a series sometimes it's hard when you lose a game like that to like mentally just come back. I know DragOn's very experienced, so I'm sure he won't let it affect him. But I do know that's always a possibility, right? I think we've all been there. We're like, we had a game in the bag and a big event, and we messed up. And we're like, oh no, like what did I do? Like, how did I do that? And you gotta have
I mean, I feel like the carrier play just by itself is a sign of frustration with that game. Monopoly, it's a very difficult game, a very difficult map to play. Like he knew he didn't have any upgrades. He knew that he had his giant bag, all these gateway units, they were fully upgraded. He had gateways at the other main. But he kept using the arbiters. He didn't get it done. At a certain point, you think, well, I got to try something else. You get frustrated.
Yeah, I think like we said, the play would have been maybe to recall in the main, recall somewhere else, try to get that army moving around because it was so spread thin. Thing is, you don't know how thin it is, you know, and you're in this big game. Every time you see these tanks firing away, you're like, oh my god, where do I go? But sometimes it's you just got to make an attempt at it. Okay.
Okay guys, so we're gonna take a short break. We are back.
All right, welcome back after an epic first game between DragOn and Nyoken. What do you think the next map pick will be here, considering that DragOn usually plays very standard? Do you think he'll take a 2-player map and try to gas steal?
He certainly could, but I think that he would have good odds on most maps. I think that he can be, I don't know that happy is the right word, but he got himself into a dominating position on that last game, and had it been any map but Monopoly, he can feel good about it. So I feel like just a standard map, something like Silphid, he could be pretty confident that he could take the game.
Okay, I think it'll be really tight. Oh, we're going to butter anyway, so I wonder if he'll pull some tricky stuff out, or he'll just play standard, or maybe it's mind games. Maybe he wants Nyoken to think that he is going to do something crazy. And we shall see in a second, because we are going into our next game. Here is game 2 between Nyoken and DragOn.
In the top right, in the blue Terran, we have Nyoken on butter.
And in the bottom right, it is our red Protoss. It is DragOn. Right, so no probe out yet. Nothing too crazy. Just yet no proxies or anything like that. So we'll see if DragOn sends us probe out after the pylon or not. Or if he'll just continue to play standard. I think it's always an advantage to try to take this gas steal early from Terran on these maps. So
It looks like DragOn agrees.
oh yeah, he's sending that probe out. Okay, yep, it looks like that'll be for a gas steal. If he builds his pylon and goes back. Now the question is, will Nyoken try to hide a barracks? Or will he just go gasless and kill it and play standard 2? Always curious to see what Terran decide to do there. So far, very normal stuff. Oop, there's that gas steal. Now will he go 12 next? Will he go gateway? So many things that he can transition to.
Nyoken's most likely going to know that it's not a gateway because of the probe timing. I recall that in his cast he talks about how you can tell from the probe timing whether it's a gateway gas steal. So he shouldn't have any fear here.
Okay. We do see DragOn does put a gateway down in his base, so it's not going to be a gas steal into a 12 next. Looks like it's going to be Zealots into Nexus, or Nexus then Zealot and some pressure. No gas here from DragOn, so I think this is pretty standard, right? You take a gas steal. Here, see if Naokin will put the eBay in. You do have Naokin putting the eBay into the natural to block. So very interesting. Well, maybe it was anticipated by DragOn that he would do this.
One nice thing for Nyoken in this situation is that because Eclipse is in the map pool, he's played this situation a million times. He's not concerned about a gas steal. Whatever DragOn's planning, Nyoken's seen it before.
For sure, definitely not anything crazy or new. Oh, nope. No gas gas though. No, he didn't take gas. He's still gonna go next first, or even finding the gas. But it's like a pretty pre-worked out build here from Dragon. Looks like Naokin will be taking his command center soon as well. That eBay allowed him to be pretty close to the timing of Dragon's Nexus, so not too far behind. I like that Dragon does have a couple of zealots. It's good to be able to run by the bunker and get into the main, knowing that it's just going to be one bunker there, seeing how many Marines there. Even though no bunker up yet, and we have 2 Marines coming in. 2 zealots do beat these 4 Marines.
Yeah, and even if the Marines jump into the bunker at this point, the Zealots are just going to run by.
Yep. There they go. Off to the races. What's really nice here is if you can deny the factory for a little bit and get a robo up to get the Reaper to do real amounts of damage would be nice. We're just playing a little dancing game right now. Good micro here from Nyoken. Uses the CVs to body block and run those Marines behind. This does allow Dragon to get a full scout to see the timing of that factory. See what's going on back there, making sure nothing too crazy. I know it did get a little popular for a while on the ladder. I'm sure you saw Cork where people were going bio behind these timings and people were greedy. They would push through. So they gets a full scout, sees that it's a factory. First, cancels the vulture and goes for the add-on.
What I want to see is if the range was before robo, because in this situation, when you get the gas still, I think it's possible to go robo before range. But it looked like Dragon had both coming, so I don't know which started first. Okay, that's robo before range. That's great.
Yep, we do have the robo first here. Will he? No, still in true Dragon fashion. No Reaver. Just Observer. Gonna go scout him out, take a quick third, see what's going on. I mean, he's very safe on this really fast third because when he's in the base, he knows the factory wasn't even complete yet, so there's no tank, so there really is not much of a threat. So he knows that he can just take that third, be safe, and kind of push forward.
Yeah, I like the way he's playing it so far. He's getting that quick observer. He's going to see what's going on. His economy is where he wants it to be. This makes a lot of sense from Dragon. Just it's a very clean opener.
Yeah, Dragon just doing his thing, making sure his worker count is getting higher and higher, ready to macro like crazy, do what he does best. So very, very strong from him. 4-fact from Nyoken. Allows him to either threaten to push or just get a lot of units out to take his third and feel like he's taking it safely. I do feel like Butter is like Eclipse in that sense, where the third base is a little bit further. Not as far as Eclipse, but does feel like that for Terran, where they got to kind of either go down to the bottom right there or mid right to get to that base, or stretch out their tank line to top left. So we got this observer getting in here. He's gonna see everything, take a nice little peek around. He's gonna say, "Oh, 5 factories again. Interesting."
Dragon should just respond immediately. Just add gateways, add shuttle, move into storm as he can, and he'll have a high ground level to sit on. So, assuming that he doesn't overprobe here or doesn't just ignore the scanning information, I don't know that 5-pack should work.
Yeah, as you said before, this map has high ground on top of high ground, so if you do have those Templar and a good army, you just could run it over.
And Nyoken's not giving him so much time, which is smart. He knows that he's been observer seen it, so he's going immediately.
Yeah, good engage here. Ooh, that one vulture gets behind. Can he lay some mine? Stall out these units.
Where's the shuttle with the Zealot? Is the question at this point.
Doesn't seem to have one. Just gonna fight this.
That's gonna be it. You got a tank though, that's not bad.
Yeah, he does have a large amount of goons. I don't think Nyoken quite has siege just yet, or maybe just came in. Oh, look at this. Nyoken running around with these vultures. Nice. Oh! That round of goons just gets out to save a lot of probes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried though that the tanks are going to siege on the high ground. There's going to be turrets, there's going to be mines, and you're not going to be able to do anything without a shuttle. Yeah, there's floating buildings. This is going to turn into a very hard push.
Okay, siege just completes now. I'm curious. Nyoken going around here? I thought he would go all the way around to that third, but he's taking position here on the high ground. Will DragOn go around to attack from the high ground and below and sandwich this? Because there's only 4 tanks now here. And if he can gain high ground from the other side, I feel like he should be able to trap this army here.
Yeah, cutting off reinforcements would be huge, and it looks like, yeah, that's what he's trying to do, but that's the fight he was looking for, really. The like 2 tanks by themselves, that's what he wanted, but he's not taking it. He's cut off the reinforcements and he's not hitting them.
Yeah, now I'm a little concerned for him. He lost a lot of dragoons in that little skirmish by his third. And here is Nyoken just pushing across, coming back around with these other goons, gets these 2 tanks. Okay, pushes back. Very back and forth fight here.
I really like the cutting off the reinforcements. He cannot take the high ground off of Nyoken, but he's not fighting when Nyoken is the strongest.
Ooh, those siege tank shots. Shells just blowing up probes. DragOn a little counter here, forcing Nyoken to siege at his base. Losing this Nexus is kind of a big deal.
I think giving it up is the better choice. I don't know about that. I would go storms and shuttles at this point. That would be how I would try and retake map control.
Maybe he feels because he's killed so many tanks, or like 6, 7 tanks. Oh, they ran to a lot, those units. That he can secure this with ground units and then go with the carriers.
And we're even supply, and DragOn's up a bunch of workers, and he has supply tied up in carriers, so he's down quite a fair bit of army supply here.
This group of dragoons looks like it's going to get trapped. Oh, these dragoons do get trapped. He has other army coming down. Oh, God. Oh, man. Not where you want to be as Protoss. Down supply. Really just getting pushed in continuously. First carrier's out. +1 is on the way.
Question is Zero going to mess with us again? Is there going to be a large amount of base to deal with the carriers, or are they actually going to be a surprise?
Could be. There could be some. No start for it at all.
The Naokin doesn't know. Okay.
Armory just down now.
going down. I mean, can these carriers even push back these tanks, or these tanks gonna do some critical damage? Oh, the probe line takes another shot. So the probe count is very healthy for 2 bases. Two carriers will probably clean this attack up.
I'm a little bit worried about that Nexus though. Nyoken's focusing it, and the Nexus shields are going to get taken out by the vultures immediately. These tanks can take out the rest.
It's just going to live. Just gonna make it. Okay, he has it up. Working count is healthy. Pushing back with these carriers.
Well, that's a tilter when the Nexus is on that amount of hit.
And his barracks survived too, which is nice because it was about to be dead before. He repaired it all the way. Taking his third. Starting at some workers. Pretty good job here. I don't know about this though. I don't know if this is a big enough Terran army to deal with these mix of air and ground units. Lots and lots of Goliaths here.
Yeah, the upgrades aren't there though. The we don't have the ability to get +2, +3. We don't even have +1 yet. So these carriers are actually ahead on upgrades.
Yes, I think +2 to spin. Is that +2 that was spinning? Ready? Wow. It's already done, or maybe +2 is not spinning.
Okay, so that's +40% damage against the unupgraded mech, which is quite nice.
Yeah. Nyoken right now just powering through with Goliaths. I think he's looking to just push through. Cleans up that tank. It's interesting to see how many pure Goliaths he's made. Not many siege tanks. We see 2 siege tanks now. But, you know, once the carrier number gets up to a 4, 5, he's going to be able to trade really effectively, especially with this lack of upgrades from the Terran army.
Yeah, with these high grounds too. The Dragoons are being quite effective here.
Yeah, the carriers will be as well, and just being able to fly over these high grounds. And it's one of those maps where I feel like you could fly into the main, in and out of the main, and position your army well by their main. So, let's see right here. Here's the big engage coming up. Getting right on top of these carriers. Fighting through. Really good target fire from Nyoken there. Snipe one right away. Gonna take that high ground. He takes his third. I mean, he should feel pretty good about the third. Right, he's about even bases. Both have mined out their main pretty much.
Nyoken not minding his gas, which is surprising given that he's going through a Goliath tank. It's calm. Like, he has gas to work with, but I feel like eventually that gas is going to dry up. If you're ever in this position where you're going Goliath tank, you want all the gas you can get.
Yeah, and I think Draggy, a lot of times, oh, here it is. No surprise for us this time. Or no surprise. We see that Cloak and Wraith upgrade going. He's ready to do it again. And Dragon is staying on these 2 bases. I think he feels comfortable trying to get these carriers out. He's prioritizing them to pump them out. I like to see some more speed. Zealot with this comp to try to fight these Goliaths, get on top of them. Like I said, you know, every time you're on a high ground, you're not really on the high ground.
There's always another high ground.
It's crazy here. All right, let's see this engagement here. And Dragon Supply though, 173. Macroing insanely well. Up 50 supply here. Trying to get on the high ground. That is the high ground fight. I don't think these are speed zealots just quite yet. Using the carriers right now, just focusing fire. This is the nice thing about having, right, the carrier ground army comp. You can have to win one battle, right? Either you kill the siege tanks and then use your army to clean it up, or you kill the Goliaths and let your carriers clean it up.
Yeah, and this is a lot of damage. Just picking up these tanks for free and we retreat. So I don't know if he's going to be surprised by Wraiths the second time.
Yeah, I feel like I've already seen him have some observers ready to go.
You wouldn't let it happen twice.
Oh, here they come. Uh-oh. A couple of these carriers about to go down here. Oh, he's doing a good job. We see his supply is still way ahead of Nyoken's right now. And he's taking his fourth. But Nyoken is taking his own fourth that is unknown to Dragon here.
Taking it right next to the army.
Right next to it. He's ready to go. Not minding that third gas just yet. But push it across the bat. He's going to deny Dragon's fourth, it seems like. Unless Dragon comes back up. He opted to come back and not to counter. Wants to wipe the Terran army again.
Yeah, this is unfortunate that he was right next to one of Nyoken's new bases. And instead of getting the base up to free, he has to go all the way back across the map and try and defend one of his own.
Yeah, I thought maybe he might counter and try to take the two top bases out and just say, I like my army better than yours.
Yeah, that would have been a strong play. That would have been basically all Nyoken's economy. But he's won it, I don't know.
GG from Nyoken. Okay, we are tied up here. 1-1. Going into game 3.
Is it possible Nyoken can only win on Monopoly?
Don't know. Don't know. That was a tough game for game number 1, and now we have this game. Definitely thought Nyoken had that one as well. So in both games, I think one player started strong and ended up in a bad position later, but definitely going to be interesting to see what his pick is and how the game plays out.
I wasn't a fan of the carriers while you're getting pushed by a 5-tech, and it worked out.
Yeah, you know, I think if you watch a lot of these games with these Protoss, as long as they hold the two bases and they get at least 4 carriers out, like they're pretty effective to trading. I just do agree with you that it was a lot of pressure to take. A lot of pressure to take on from one player. It could have changed if he would have sniped that Nexus 48 health. One more tank volley, and that Nexus has gone to 2 that I'm not sure if the game ends up the same way.
Sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes the Nexus lives, sometimes it dies.
It's the way the cookie crumbles in Brood War. All right, we have our third match ready to go between these two Titans, and here we go. And the map selection Nyoken has chosen is Vermeer. And the top left are blue Protoss. It is Nyoken.
And in the bottom left, as the it's a red Photos, it's Dragon.
Dragon. All right, Vermeer. What was that? What would Dragon pull out, like a 12 next or something different? Let's see.
I feel like with Dragon, just very strong macro PvT. This is just a good map for him to take bases, build units, take more bases, build units. Monopoly, the issue was kind of that he ran out of bases to take.
Yeah, I would agree. He definitely needed more bases, definitely needed to do more so he can keep his macro on. I think just not a pathway to attack, so we'll see. Vermeer, definitely a lot of gases. Not sure if that favors Protoss, but let's see what Dragon wants to do as the game gets later. Will he go for some type of carrier build because he's got more gas available to him? Will he just stick and go Gateway Man with the Arbiters? Once again, standard from Dragon. Comes out and drops down the Gateway. No Scout again, so maybe we'll see that 23 Nexus build from him. And then the barracks on the low ground. That usually signals to me that it's going to be gasless. He's going to put a Sim City outside, and he's going to take a gasless.
And gasless is pretty good against the 23 Nex that Dragon favors. One of the reasons that people started doing like 20 Nexus with no range is that gasless is quite difficult to punish with 23 Nex. So you get the Dragoon range, but you're only attacking with like one Dragoon because the other one's on your ramp. It's just you don't do that much damage to the bunker. You don't really punish.
Yep. So I think we're going to see a build order advantage for Nyoken here. He is going to be able to get that command center right away, which is very nice for him. I guess the one weakness is once Dragon does scout is that he can still maybe do a quick robo or something like that for some pressure because the factory is so late.
Yeah, it partly depends the order in which he scouts, and Dragon's going to be lucky this time. He's going to see that it's a gaster, so he can make the adjustments. So it's not a 23 note, so he's mixing it up this time. Is he going to get range? Yes, he is. Interesting. Zealot Dragoon range. So at this point, I would only like this if he delayed his own Nexus and put another pile and went like 4 Dragoons. So I feel like range is not worth it for just a single Dragoon.
Let's see if he gets something done here with this Probe Zealot. Probe nicely sniped down into the Nexus. Zealot getting into the main.
Yeah, this is going to be quite annoying for Nyoken to deal with, I think. Dragon is going for the Nexus though, so look at this and I think, okay, how many range Dragoons are you actually going to make?
Did you see Naokin? I thought he was going to make a 5th Marine, but he canceled. So he is feeling very comfortable here. He's up on worker, sitting behind the bunker. He should be okay to just build into the mid game and do whatever he wants to. In fact, push again with the 3 tanks. A little different timing. Maybe go for 6 tanks, 10 tank move outs, anything like that. I know you said that he favors that 10 tank move out, so maybe that's something we'll see from him here.
Yeah, this is a position where I don't like the range against the gas less expanded, just because he's got 2 Dragoons that are going to fat in the bunker. Nyoken's happy to repair that. He's got spare SCVs. He knows his expansion's a lot earlier. I feel like if you go like 4 Dragoons, then you can put some real pressure on. If you go 1 Dragoon expand, that's good too, but 2 ranged Dragoons, I don't know.
We'll see how this game plays out. We do see robotics here from Dragon and the second gateway behind it. He likes to get that early observer, as we see in the first 2 games. So we shall see what happens from here. Will he take a quickest third? I think sometimes against gases you got to be careful how quick you take your third Nexus. Making sure you get your goon count up a little bit higher, only because of the about timing with the 2 factories.
Yeah, it can be deceptive. You think that the town's not going to have that much because of how quickly they expanded, but they can if they cut. They can get a lot very quickly.
And you really just don't want to get caught. And it's the worst feeling to sit there and get caught when you're Protoss and you're like, oh man, I don't have enough. So we'll see what he decides. First tank picking off here. Let's see if he tries to jump. Oh, siege mode already. That might signal Dragon to... That might signal Dragon to take his third Nexus, and he does. He's ready to put it down. So he's feeling comfortable with that.
Yeah, siege mode implies that the town's being very defensive. You know that there's likely no starport, there's not going to be that much vulture pressure. You know where their gas is, so you're feeling good if you see siege. Always
sure.
nice.
Okay, we're getting that observer up here. Nyoken's making turrets just to make sure that he's safe from the Reaver. I'm surprised that he does the whole turret ring unless he's trying to block out the observer, because he knows that Dragon hasn't shown a Reaver yet. Oh no. Oh no.
That's
First observer down.
That first observer is just so key.
Yeah,
Losing
just to
it like
kind of
that
see what's going on. That's tough.
This is what you want to see, the first observer. You want to see that it's not a starport. They're not going upgrade style. They're going to build a bunch of units. So on the Monopoly game, I was impressed by how Dragon just kept trying to get his observer in. He found turrets, he looped around, he found a different spot, went in where there weren't any turrets.
Yeah, one thing you could always do is stack the 2 of them, fly them over one turret, you get one in. If you need it, if you really can't get in at all. Okay, we got Naokin in the armory and the academy. This might be that 10 tank move out here.
It's a strong build.
Very strong build. Dragon with a quick Citadel, right? Looks like he has probably leg speed coming on the way, or has it already, so he can deal with this move out timing. I think he's recognized something's going on with the amount of tanks, so he's adding gateways.
Okay, that observer's given him information now. He knows what's up.
Now he knows, yes.
He's stacking the observers to try and get the get one in by the look of it, but he doesn't need to anymore. He can see it.
Yep, he knows what's up. Will he try to beat him to the high ground? A little up and down. It seems not. Looks like he's just going to take a good arc. He might catch him with no siege here.
Yeah, this is a huge catch.
Late siege. Good pickoffs right away. Dragoon spreading very nicely. Dragging that mine.
Yeah, and so many tanks dead. And these tanks are not easily replaced.
No.
The gateway units, he can just spam gateways. He's got the money. He doesn't need any additional tech. He just throws them down. But tanks is a little bit harder.
Yeah, this right here will make Dragon feel very comfortable, because now he'll be able to take more bases, more tech, because there'll be no army behind this to really continue to push, because the bulk of that army was the tanks. See, Nyoken throwing down the 3rd command center. Looks like he's going to try to play into a mid-game here. Just kind of probably set up, harass with vultures, and put his tanks in position to defend that 3rd.
Yeah, it won't be easy though, because his upgrades and his starport are just so late.
Music +1, a little more than halfway done, so we're moving along here. Really high SCV count there for Nyoken. Worker count through the roof. Dragon really starting to bank some minerals, so is Nyoken. Starting to wonder, do we have a broken replay?
That is a lot of minerals, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna restart this game here. Check it out because it looked like we were a little bit broken there, which happens to this replay sometimes. But I would say pretty good position so far for Dragon in this game when by killing that first move out and all those tanks. Definitely very helpful.
When the town tells you what build they're doing and they commit hard to something, if you could just hard counter that, then yeah, you're always feeling good about that. Town, okay.
All right, and we're going back into the match. Zero took out his hammer and fixed this replay. Here we go. All right, a little different of a fight this time, but still seems like the outcome was mostly the same. More tanks left over though. A lot more this time, Cork left over.
Yeah, this doesn't look as decisive at all. If the SCV starts to carry us back up, this could be tough.
Wow, we were tricked again. This replay got us. Oh, some good snipes here. Good goon control.
Yeah, the one SCV desperately trying to repair the tanks in time, but
oh my goodness, repair and frozen goons equals massacre. Oh no.
oh no.
Oh no.
I wish he had a shuttle. Develop bombs.
This is unfortunate here. Okay, he's pushing out. He did a good job there. He's able to clean it up. Where
He
are,
did, but I
here are
mean,
Naokin's reinforcements?
The cost efficiency of this cleanup is not good. He's losing so many units to push this back.
Oh my goodness, those mines. Oof. Nice little mine drag onto those vultures. It does look like Dragon is held. We do up to 6 factories with third base. Starport is added, so now you're going to be really pumping those upgrades, making sure he gets himself available to play into the mid and late game. He knows he needs them.
I feel like Naokin did enough there. That wasn't crushed. It was beaten back, but that's okay.
Yeah, so Naokin definitely got a very effective trades. We talk unit per unit. A lot of goons went down there. So I think we're going to see Arbiters again this game. We see the Archives coming up. 1 Stargate. Didn't hit a second or Fleet Beacon, so it seems that we will have Arbiter play here from Dragon.
I like Arbiters for this map. It's a big map. I would give you a lot of map control. You can do a lot of counterattacks. I think it's a good Arbiter map.
I don't see a lot of high ground or areas for carriers to fly, so I can see why he's choosing Arbiters here as well. Very open map. Oh, nice little drop harass from Nyoken. Oh, he wants that observer out. Wants that observer out. Nyoken's got to be happy to see this.
It's not like Dragon's tech is that quick behind this either. Yeah, Naokin is he's keeping up in supply. His economy's good.
He should see that the fourth base is just going down, so they're even on bases currently. He should be very happy with what's going on here. Oh, he's gonna drop behind this pylon wall where there are no units or cannons.
Very nice. Oh, Zealous just taking one for the team.
No. A lot of Zealots
So
just
many
took it for the team. Whew. Oh, and some probes going down here. Really good harass there from Nyoken, softening up the army and getting some probes. Okay, Nyoken's trying to get some map control. Just laying mines, doing his thing. Taking a fourth base at the same time. Very, very nice from him.
Yeah, it's a very even position, I think, at this point in this game. The thing is, this is the kind of game Dragon likes to play. Again, he's just expanding across the bottom of the map. He's taking base after base. He's going to build gateways at the bottom right when the time comes. This is Dragon in his element.
I kind of feel like it's the same for Nyoken. I think he likes these longer games here. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes out, because I think he also enjoys playing longer macro games, tries to split maps. So, and like I said before, what's nice about this map for Terran is he's on 4 gases. 4 bases, 4 gases. Very, very helpful. See, Dragon expanded to the bottom right as well. He just added some pylons, so I think we're going to see his unit count boost way up there. Arbiter is out. Double Forge, very nice. Trying to get his upgrades going there. And Nyoken says, enough is enough. No more macro, it's time to fight.
Well, the last few times this has happened, Dragon has had a high Templar and shuttles. The Arbiter count hasn't been that high, but he's had the storms. He's got the storms. I can't see any shadows, but yeah, he likes the storm. He doesn't just go naked Arbiter.
I think that's just very strong. I wonder if Nyoken is actually looking to attack or if he's just posturing to take mid left. But as he gets closer and closer, it looks like he wants to fight, so.
He's pretty clumped though. We've seen some very, very good storms from Dragon.
Yeah, I would say this map does kind of like Monopoly have very tight lanes coming from base to base. So I think that's why Dragon's just backing up, allowing him to come into that choke where he can get a good surround on the choke itself. Nyoken taking a fifth base as well here. Oops, Stasis on 3 tanks. Here we go.
That's a very deep formation.
No storms just yet. First one is the one. The shooters are clumped up though. They're stuck behind the stasis tanks. Oh, another good storm though.
He's so good at this storm.
Wow, he pushes this army back. But Nyoken is on 5 bases as well, so his economy is booming.
I don't know. As it's Terran, I don't think you can ever be happy about what just happened there. That was a very clean buff by Dragon.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy, but I think at least he's a little bit into the game still with having this many bases and strong economy to kind of macro back up. Because Terran can, you know, they can pull a long game. They can pull it and split the map and make things harder.
For sure.
But DragOn expanded bottom right, adding a ton of gateways, which is great. So now that he has production out of 2 different areas, looking strong, clearing mines, trying to take some map control back. Vulture raids looking like they're coming out here on the bottom right. Do you think we'll see a recall in the main this game?
It would be a strong play for sure, but at the same time, it would have been a strong play in quality point. We didn't see it, so who can say?
Well, that's why I
The
said
Dragon's
maybe he watched the replay.
yeah. DragOn's just getting set up though. He's as I said a few minutes ago, he was going to take the bottom right and set up gateways and just keep on taking bases. He knows how to play the situation. You give him a 4-player map and tell him to win a macro game, he can do that.
Well, looks like we're going to see a little collision here. DragOn pushing to that top right to deny that 5th base.
The tanks are pretty clumped again. Nyoken is not splitting his tanks effectively, and he's gotten punished with that every game so far.
Good little storm there. Getting picked off. Oh, here's the Arbiter. Second Arbiter.
Look at that group on the tanks.
I was waiting for him to get those 4. Very nice. Is he going to run up and sacrifice this army? Because if you take that army top right, it is probably not coming back home. He's going for it. He's going to wipe out that 5th base and saying, all right, your move. This is what I'm doing. And Nyoken is taking it for a counter here. The Arbiter. Gets the Science Vessel. Will it get out?
Does it? No, there's no way.
Too slow. Too slow, that Arbiter.
How the storms again?
Very, very strong. Oh my goodness, another super strong one.
Yeah, he's just punishing every movement that Nyoken makes for Storm.
This is where taking that bottom right base is really going to pay off for DragOn. As Nyoken pushes in here to try to cut this supply, he'll be able to produce units out of the other side and squeeze this army here. As I said, he's bringing his other piece of his army back. We have stasis. We don't have a stasis there. No stasis yet.
Oh, but if that mine goes off,
Ooh, that mine did go off. But the EMP went off in the Arbiter, but doesn't matter. Protoss is going to clean up this fight here.
yeah, DragOn's just making the game scrappy. If Nyoken is constantly moving armies around, replacing armies, redeploying, you never get that like very deep formation with mines and turrets and spread tanks, which means that the storms and the zealot bombs just keep getting value.
Absolutely. The hardest thing for the mech armor to do is to move around. So if you can get him to move and clump, storm and keep moving. And you were right again. He's just taking base after base, just making it harder and harder. Taking mid right.
Yeah, he's just not going to stop taking bases. But this is DragOn in his element. This is how DragOn plays CG. Monopoly, not really his map, but Vermeer, yeah, he can play that. I'm a little surprised that Nyoken picked it.
Nyoken is taking mid left, not minding. His views a little misclick there, but he is taking that base. I think there's just a lot of Protoss on the map right now.
That's a big AMP.
That was a huge Tribune over there. Just got rocked. Here we go again. We're going in. Nope, we're not. Fake out.
We might just go down though. I mean, it's a big map. He doesn't need to push into the Terran formation, but every time he moves, the Terran has to just redeploy.
Yeah, I think he can counter, maybe try to hit that fourth base. Once again, maybe if you're going to recall mid-left is good.
How did none of those mines go?
No.
Every time. I'm sure he's got the high tempo energy upgrade, because these high tempo are just coming out of the gateways and then immediate fulfillment. So that's a high value upgrade to get in the spot.
Yep. And now this Terran army is cut off. DragOn is now behind it and as well as in front of it, so we're pushing on. Oh, he's just going to counter into this base.
I like it. He's got gateways at the bottom right. He knows that he's not that threatened by this contain.
Great storm on those tanks again. Good EMP. Both players fighting well, macroing well, taking good engages. But even with losing that army, he killed that mid-left base. The Nyoken's mining is going to go down and down and down. He knows that. And here we go, just sending more units out now to break out. Macro him behind.
Yeah, just he breaks up the Terran army. There was a big clump of Terran that he couldn't attack into very easily. He split it up, he forced part of it to go back, and then killed the isolate spot. Yeah. Nyoken's army, the more concentrated it is, the stronger it is, the more efficient it gets. If you can force it to split up, you can carve off little bits of it. DragOn will get that efficiency.
Yeah, and here are all those units from the bottom right now coming. They need to be using those gateways to produce so that these units are not trapped. Good little stasis there. Units coming from the main and from the expansion bottom right. Sandwiching this Terran army again. Trading pretty effectively. And we see Naokin's supply go under 100. First time in a while.
Yeah, and these tanks, I don't think you're going to trade too effectively either. We've got another big block of red coming in from the right hand side of the map. I'll look at it. Just DragOn's gateways do not stop.
There's DragOn. Ooh, Arbiter going down. Nice picks here. Very nice picks on those Arbiters. But this base is going to be exposed again. We're sending a command center to top right. DragOn is clearing mines, looking to push into this next expansion.
Yeah, it's just the DragOn macro. It's still no recalls, but he doesn't need to attack to win. He can just keep the 9
now
bases.
he can just sit himself.
I mean, Nyoken's find out. He's got one new base he's taking, and that's going to be it.
Yep, observer over there, waiting to see. I think we're going to see a push from DragOn. I don't think it'll be like Monopoly where he's going to do so much sitting. He probably learned his lesson quickly and said, I'm going to go for it.
As long as he doesn't go carries.
Well, maybe he learned his lesson about that too in the last game, so no more raids can come in. Once again, Nyoken's army spread very thin. Not many tanks left for him. DragOn could look to push through.
Yeah, he's up to 8 base bonus at this point. Now they aren't all mining, but even so, it's a lot of bases. It's a lot of gateways. What 80 supply? This is pushing the kill move.
Yep, Olympus team just come in, states a couple things. Get through here. here. Leave move the Dragoons a little bit just to clear out some mines. So the Zealots getting on top of the tanks.
There are a lot of chokes on this map, but Nyoken does have a fair number of units in the one place that he's defending. It's maybe an attack on the natural might be better. Go for the factories.
Go for the main.
Yeah.
Why not? I think no matter where he attacks this point, he's going to be somewhat successful.
We had 2 Stargate Arbiter too, so I'm waiting for the recall. There have to be Arbiters on the map somewhere. I haven't seen them in a while, but there have to be some.
There's one.
It was double Stargate Arbiter. I want to see more than one.
There's 2.
That is more than one. So
That is.
I guess.
That is working. He's working for the best he can. I'm surprised we haven't got in yet. We've been sitting at a pretty high supply. We see that it's low number counts. Things are spread out again. Is he going to allow Nyoken to drag the game on and out again?
Yeah, Nyoken with the double expand at top right. That's a good play. That's the play he needs.
That will definitely get him healthy again.
I remember a minute ago I said Dragon was up 80 supply. Now Dragon's up 40 supply, and he is getting close. I hate this play. This is just not the right play.
2 core spinning this time.
He was up 80 supply, and Nyoken had only just taken the top right. He could have crushed it. Now his fire advantage is gone, and the map's turning into a match play.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that to happen, but it seems like it's occurring right now. Nyoken's just slowly taking bases again, like we saw in Monopoly.
Yeah, it's still advantage Dragon. It's still big advantage Dragon because he's got the mid right and he can take the mid left. But at the same time, you don't want to let them get back in ever.
I agree. I don't think allowing them to secure 2 more bases in macro here is the play, but you know, we're gonna see what he's gonna do. I'm surprised once again, no recall, no stasis. Recalling a whole group of Zealots on top of those tanks and all those mines would be awesome.
Yeah, just as a viewer, I'd love to see that.
Yep. Well, why not? Here we go. He said we've had enough. We're moving in.
I wish we could have done this like 5 minutes ago when the Terran army was at this point. There was no Terran army, Terran natural at that point.
Yeah, so Dragon smartly backs up, probably making a ton of carriers bottom right. He's like, all right, I'm just going to keep taking bases and keep going.
He's going to run out of bases to take eventually, though. There's only one more that he can really take. I guess he feels like this is a safe play.
Storm. I feel like at this point we're just trading to free up supply.
Yeah.
Saying, okay, I want to make more carriers, so. Alright, now you could just continuously just kind of gaining some ground now, trying to slowly take more bases, just kind of drag this game on.
Yeah. If Naokin can take mid-left, then he can still win. Mid-left is what he needs for the map. But... And there's a lot of money that in the top right that Naokin just took. Like, those bases are pretty much new. There's a third base at the top right he hasn't even touched yet. So it's deceptive. Dragon's already mined out most of his other maps. Oh, these tanks. taking a lot of damage, and this is not a very big Dragon army. Dragon is going carries behind this. This is just his remnant.
Well, definitely an effective trade here for Dragon again, which he has been very good at so far in all these fights. He's going to see the first carrier. He does have Goliaths. First carrier may go down.
Yeah, the problem that Dragon Americans are going to have is that there's a few more behind that.
Yeah, oh, another one gets picked. Here we go, now he's pushing in.
Yeah, moment of truth.
Stays a couple Goliaths, nice.
Yeah, this is one thing we think on Monopoly is the Arbiter's combos of the carriers.
Very effective. Very effective being able to stasis down those Goliaths and get more units in. But
he's still giving Naokin comfort. Naokin has taken the other base up right. Naokin has a lot of income. He's got 3 free upgrades. He can fuck Goliaths all day long.
a lot of D-Matrix tanks down there taking a ton of damage, soaking up a ton from those. And we see the GG. And Naokin taps out. I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised too.
Yeah, Naokin placed the top right with putting you. Mid left wasn't taken by Dragon. He could have gone for the map split, but I mean, it wasn't going to be an easy game for him to win, for sure. So that brings us back to TBT as our final match, Maars and Naokin.
Yeah, back to TBT. Can he do it this time? Okay, we're gonna take a little break here.
guys, you probably will not believe, but this is actually the first time I'm in my own studio live, because secretly after each stream I'm sitting there and I don't know, I don't even want to say what I'm doing, but getting crazy gasms sitting there. But now I'm here live, so very hyped. So we will have the match between Nyoken and Maars. So as you can see over here, we have Maars and Nyoken, Super Gosu players. And oh, let me play the music, of course. And yeah, so I will be casting that for my favorite matchup. So we will have Maars and Nyoken, Super Gosu Terrans from North America, Canadian and North American one. So Nyoken is actually a caster of BSL, so definitely you are guys very familiar with him. But Maars is also a Gosu player. He got, I think, 4th spot in the last season of BSL, and as you can see in BSL15 he got 3rd spot, so he's very high in the each Gosu League season. So I think it's pretty interesting that we are having those guys facing each other in the decider match. The map will be Vermeer, as it was the last match. So Vermeer, excuse me. So let's go and get to the game number 1 between Nyoken and Maars. Winner of this series will go to the winner bracket of BSL15, and loser of this series will be starting the bracket from the loser bracket. So let's get into the game. Okay guys, so spawning on the top left position we have Canadian Protoss Maars, Canadian Terran Maars, and on the bottom right we have Blue Terran Nyoken from USA, but for a while I thought that he will become Korean, but he decided to come back to his motherland, and now he's streaming from there. Yeah, I know that this is very long stream. Good morning, Mr. Yu. Yeah, it's pretty tiring, to be honest, because like streaming for 9 hours in a row, like if you are sitting and streaming, there is no break for anything, because your brain has to be constantly focused, and the focus is being changed on different things. For example, to set up things, change the overlays, scores, and other things. So there is always something you can do. So like it's different than 9 hours in a job where you can take a break, right? But anyway, it's the thing I like, and I have a great pleasure of doing it. So I'm very happy that we had this great series, because the fact that players are having such a good long matches between each other only shows that they care and they want to perform as good as they can, and they want to risk it off because they matter about the result of this tournament. So I'm very hyped, and it is only, I think, a good thing that we are having such a good and entertaining and long games between those 4 players actually, because all of them showed us some great matches. Definitely feel bad for Mr. Machine, our fellow co-caster, who casted BSL South America entire week, and also the finals on Monday then, so it's actually 8 days. So incredible job, and he showed us some great performance, but unfortunately for him, Karolcia wasn't merciless, and she didn't have mercy for him, and she put at him in the group of death. And unfortunately, I think many others of 12 players who qualified for to the North America Championship from BSL15, I think would fall in group like that, because it's extremely difficult. But to advance from this group, fortunately we have 3 players advancing. So unfortunately, only Nyoken, only Machine will be eliminated. We are having a scout from Mars first. He will confirm that this is a factory first. He sees that SCVs are pulled from gas, so very nice block here by Maars. So he actually blocked the scouting. So Nyoken don't know how much gas and what is going on in Mars side of the map. Maybe he can suspect what's going on after seeing maybe 2 Marines, because normally if you're going quick factor, like faster factory or second factory, you may be delaying those Marines because you can have this factory a little bit earlier. So maybe that could be a tell. But you can see that Starport is a follow-up from Nyoken. So this is a factory into Starport, and Starport gives you a lot of options in DPT, because first thing you can first of all surprise your opponent with the raids and force on him to make some kind of anti-error and respond to them. And you can also make a dropship, which gives you an option to counter-attack your opponent, even though that's when he thinks that he is well walled up. So yeah, I think this Starport gives you a lot of options. We can see that Nyoken is not behind on workers, so the only thing he will be behind on is having lack of this factory, and because the tank count, it will be also faster for Maars. So obviously Maars should have some advantage in the ground army, because he didn't make this investment to buy a starport and a control tower. So that's pretty huge investment, and we will see. It looks like it will be a drop. Oh no, it will be a raid after a control tower. So maybe he wants to transition into dropship faster after that. So there will be some kind of a closer chain between the raid harassment and dropship play. Block immediately, so he wants to force at least turrets, but also probably academy, armory. He don't want to let Maars to do whatever he wants, because like if you will leave some kind of players untouched, they can escape from the game with the game. Sometimes we can see that Nyoken is starting to mining this gas, and I think it's very important in TVT to have this gas advantage, because actually what matters is the tanks, but also the second thing that is also very important in TVT is the positioning. And if Maars will be able to gain the ground in front of the natural of Nyoken and siege mode the tanks over there will be a huge value for him, because he will have the first shot from the siege tanks. So he is upgrading the siege mode. Naokin is upgrading the siege mode as well, but I think there will be a simple unit advantage for Maars. But actually, if SCVs would be pulled, Naokin is not that behind. There is also a raid which should be able to weaken those units. We can see that he's killing the SCVs, so they will not be able to repair the units, and I think that those raids are actually cancelling this push. The armor is just finished, so it would be a while until the Goliath would arrive. Definitely those raids would kill those tanks, so this is a good decision from Maars. At the same time, Naokin wants to move out, but he needs to be very careful, because those mines are dangerously close. This Marine, sack for the team. Nice harassment with the raids. We've seen that in the first game and also in the second game. I think definitely on Sylphid there was a lot of raid harassment from Nyoken against Maars. We are seeing it mixing up those raids as well as the tanks. He didn't allow Maars to have a contain over his natural, so that's definitely a great thing, because first of all he has an economical advantage, second of all he's forcing some additional buildings which Maars don't want to build, but he's forced to do it in order to not lose the income. And Naokin is at the same time ramping up into the 3 factories, so well done by him. Very nice harassment and macro behind. You can see that not too many SCVs has been mining in this base. The comsat station will be up, so this turret will be up as well. And now there will be much harder. It will be much harder for Nyoken to apply some more pressure. So Nyoken plan probably is to go to as many tanks as possible, right? It's the magical plan of every TVT player. Very nice micro from Nyoken that we can raid on this side. But Maars is also active in the map. He don't want to allow Nyoken to do whatever he wants, because if you see that your opponent is going raids, you know that he invested a lot of money into that. So if he has air units advantage, you should at least have the ground army advantage, right? But we can see that this is not particularly the case. I don't know where the Maars... Oh, that was a nice tank bomb. Maars has a lot of supplies. It's only 3 tanks, so he has a lot of supply in those vultures, which if you will compare it to the tanks or raids, it's much more expensive units. So supplies are not translating the position we are having right now in the game. Okay, so we have a scan, but when we have 2 Terrans, I don't know who scans. So I usually don't show it when I don't look at the minimap at the moment when the scan landed. But we have 4 facts from Maars, and he will want to secure the third base with the 4th fact and 4th fact, and this is definitely a good way to come back to the game after the initial losses, because this mine might be dangerous. Yeah, he damaged the tank very badly. So I think it might be good for Maars, but he just needs to be able to hold this push, which will be rather hard because first of all, he will be run out. He might be run out of the... Okay, so he will not be run out of the scans very soon, but he might be run out of them relatively soon if Naokin will be annoying with those raids. And there is only one. Okay, there is a second Goliath, there is a turret here, so the defense from Maars seems tight. Also a third base from Naokin. So some small battles on favor of Maars, but now the vultures are falling, so good tank volleys from Nyoken. So Nyoken was mining from this base for a little while. He's adding more SCVs, but we can see that Maars with the SCV lead for now. He is just adding the starport. Nyoken stopped building, but he has +1, so he's rushing +2, and this is a huge upgrade power spike, because then the tanks can 2-shot another tank and not 3-shot, and you know how slowly tanks shots, so it matters a lot. And it looks like Maars is cleaning up this contain from Nyoken, so he's pushing him back. I think those are good engagements from Maars for a while. Nyoken is only on 3 factories. I don't know. Actually, he's spending very large, like almost every resource he has on building those raids as well. So we can remember that this raid costs the same amount of tanks, so it could be a tank in his army, and he is containing Maars, so in theory he should win the cost efficiency of battle. But Maars can also smartly do it the way, like, yes, he's moving back forward, sieging up, moving forward and scanning. So his tanks will have first shots, because tanks can shoot more further than they see. Like, all further. Let's see if there is anyone here. Almost 4 AM in Peru, and Tournament North America is coming. Yeah, Le Puma Donk, yeah, it's coming, it's going, and I'm dying here because I'm casting for 11 hours already, but I want to finish it, so I will be able to be according to the schedule with the North America, and yeah, I obligated myself that I will do it, so I want to do it as it was planned, but we will see. If there will be no power, we will simply make a short break. But for now, I'm doing I'm feeling pretty fine, so we can keep going with this match. Nyoken is taking a 4th base. Some additional factories finally being added. We have 6 facts from Maars and 2-1 from his side is being upgraded. 2-1 from Nyoken, same timing. A little bit faster for Nyoken. So he might have a small window where he will be able to use it for his own advantage. But very nice siege mode by Maars. I think trading 2 for 2 tanks, so not the best trade. Like, actually, I would say that this is even better for Nyoken because he has bigger income because of this 4th base. So for now, those 1-to-1 trades should favorize him. The 4th base though is it's not too late. I think it doesn't matter that much in TVT. Obviously it matters, but more important is the position you are able to gain on the map, and also the gas matters. You can see that Nyoken is mining gas from every single base he has, and he doesn't loading too much of it. Maars is having a supply advantage. Nyoken with 75 SCVs to 68. The main base and natural are still relatively healthy. They will start to mine out in like 3 minutes. Around 17-18 minutes we are seeing that those bases are mined out, but in TVT the players are not prioritizing to mining from the main. It's sometimes better to send SCVs to mine from opponent's side of the map and then mine from your own main. But very nice move from Nyoken to try to block this 4th base from Maars. This is definitely the move he needs to keep Maars behind, because until now the game is even, let's say. But those were very healthy trades for Nyoken. Hello, Mr. Dareku. Probably tomorrow, but I actually, since I'm casting every day and I'm almost no sleeping at the night and during the day, and trying to sleep over during the day, I'm leaving one day after another. So now I want to go to sleep. I will wake up and I will let you know what's going on, because I'm too tired for now. I'm casting for 11 hours, so it's definitely enough. Actually, not 11 hours. I'm casting for 9 hours only. Okay, we have 4 drop ships from Maars. Very powerful drop. Heading towards probably one of those 2 bases. Oh, and he will scout the raid switch at the same time, I think, because I don't think he will want to kill this base. He will want to go to this base. Oh, he didn't even scouted that base, so that was his initial plan. We are seeing some move out from Nyoken, trying to not allow Maars to easily take this base. He's going to the natural. He will be intercepted by some goodbye 1 dropship. Very nice target fire by Nyoken, so he didn't allow to unload. Those 4 tanks might deal a lot of damage. Of this mine, I think it's not even required to explode, to detonate. We are seeing raids against triple control tower. So Nyoken is getting ready. We can see that the add-on is there, the physics lab is with us, so the battle cruisers might come to the game. Nyoken feel confident enough to switch to the battle cruisers. Usually we see that in the stage of the game when there is a map split. But here Nyoken confident enough with those 5 bases that he will be able to saturate factories as well as those starports to produce enough battle cruisers. He's lacking gas, but I guess he will have it enough for like 4 battle cruisers. Yeah, he's, I think, just started building them, so he put that 2 here and 1 here, so his 3 battlecruiser, there will be a 4th one here probably soon. So this is what Nyoken wants to do in this game, and it might be actually brilliant, because you can see that Maars is focusing very hardly on the ground units, many tanks, a lot of vultures, so he's spending all his gas on tanks, and Nyoken will have option to punish that, because tanks can shoot the battlecruisers, and battlecruisers are killing tanks very quickly. You can see that Nyoken is bleeding the unneeded units, some vultures are dying here and there, but very important thing for Maars is to keep this base alive. This is his fresh income, and very important thing, new in-gas income, because he's mined out. Oh, he's not mined out in the main, he will be mined out in just a while. Nyoken still has some resources, as you can see. And okay, so Maars is mined out in the main, he will be soon mined out in those bases, so fresh gas will be badly needed to replace those expensive tanks and build a lot of Goliaths when he will see that the battlecruisers are being produced. And you can see that there are 2-0 upgrades against 2-1. I'm wondering what are the air weapons. There are 1-1-1 already, so it's also very important to upgrade those battlecruisers, because they are getting tankier and more powerful. I think Nyoken forgot that he can scan in this base and actually kill those STVs. Oh, so now Maars will actually remind him about it. But actually it doesn't matter that much if you are a Terran, because right now I think mostly what he's focused about is to have gas and like the units he wants and not any units. But obviously the mineral income will be very needed as well to produce units. Okay, so some raids from Maars to 0-0 against 1-1. The raids basically are dealing 20 damage, so those armors are dealing like... Oh, we are having very important engagement. Look at this target fire. I can't speak anymore, but very nice target fire from Nyoken. But we can see that Maars is bleeding off all the expensive tanks he had, and he's moving into the seed molded line of tanks, which looks very dangerous, because if we lose all those tanks, then Nyoken will have not only battlecruisers but also Goliaths but also tanks, and if he will be able to back up battlecruisers with tanks, then Goliaths will have no option to come and fight them. But he's choosing to fight with the raids. We can see how much damage this armor is negating. It's 6 damage only per shot, per raid, per racket. Now can slowly taking those 2 bases. I think what Maars would want to do is let's move out with those tanks and take the bottom base. This would be very good for him. He's nicely moving forward, killing those tanks from Nyoken. I'm wondering whether he will replace it with the battlecruisers. It looks like, yeah, the option is now full mode battlecruisers. Some tanks to kill the Goliaths, but those tanks will be dead. Very nice siege mode from Nyoken, killing half of the tanks from Maars. And few other tanks was also caught here, so a little bit unfortunate from Maars' side. Those few last seconds, few last minutes. GG from Maars, and here we are having 1-0 lead for our fantastic BSL caster. I was even double checking if I typed the nickname correctly, Nyoken. But yeah, it is him. So congratulations, very nice match, very good performance overall. If you will look at the bracket, guys, I will play it there. You can see that Nyoken already won with Maars, so now with the fact that he's winning 1-0, he's just confirming that he he was that day in a better disposition, and that he's a very strong player. Definitely nice show up, and now they will go at the second game, so it will be on the map called Overwatch. So pretty interesting to see those two players face each other. I think both of them like this map because it's overall good map for PvE, for Terran. So maybe just they feel comfortable with this map. So so maybe that's the overall reason why they chose it. So it will be this map. Let me just type. Okay. So guys, we are going possibly to the end, but no, I wouldn't hope for that because we are going to the second game between Maars and Nyoken. So let's get to it. Okie dokie. Oh, let's have it even. So, spawning. Let's not have it. Spawning on the top left location, we have Super Gosu Caster Nyoken. And spawning on the bottom right, we have Super Gosu Canadian Terran Maars. And Maars is already planning some shenanigans with his early STV, so it will be probably 8 racks, but where? Will it be here? Oh, but what Nyoken is doing? Okay. Will it be in base? Oh, it is in base. This is sneaky. If it will not be scouted, this is very sneaky. It is far away from the side of this STV, so Nyoken would have to intentionally go there to scout it. Well, oh, finally a supply, but Nyoken with the scout. We all know the players who would type map hack right now, right? But definitely good sense, the star sense from Nyoken, feeling that something might be up, and I don't think he would be too behind by sending this SCV here. And look at the value he gained. He cancelled the barracks of Maars, so he will have not only faster Marines but also faster tech. Actually, he will not have it faster, he will not have it slower. Two SCVs ahead though. So there was no cutting from Nyoken when Maars had to cut to transfer this one entire SCV to the second half of the map. The top left. Pulling from gas, I like it. So it will be factory into expansion. So it's a build that will allow him to apply some push, I think, to apply some pressure, I think, because he will be able to produce vultures. We'll see what he will do after the command center, but probably add additional factory. But I think what he wants to do right now is just to keep Maars occupied. Like, he wants to apply as much pressure as possible, and he also wants to force Maars to not cut any corners. So because now Maars wants to keep up and he wants to go for the command center without before the tank, just to have it a little bit faster to keep up with the early damage the late barracks cost. So I would like to see some kind of a build which will allow Nyoken to not only apply pressure but also take this expansion behind. Yeah, but I think the expansion only is an advantage itself that should be enough. I think with this vulture he will be able to scout what's going on. We will have a supply from this SCV, probably, and scouting SCV. So Nyoken don't know that this will be a double pack, and this will be a double pack armory, which will be probably Goliaths, right? I can start that there is no CC, so he knows that something is up, because until now there would be a command center, because there would be no armory and no factory, so there would be a time for command center. So as you can see, he's even he cancelled this SCV to have a faster bunker, because he's afraid that the proxy factories can be somewhere, because this factory could be as well placed here, right? And that's why this bunker is very smart. I would like to see Stu play Depot as well, just to block it. He doesn't have to finish it. He can also build the engineering bay. Maybe he will fit it here. He will fit it here, but yeah, there is an option. I like the supply here though, because it forces Vulture to go a little bit more deeper, take a little bit more damage, but this is a push from Maars, 3 Vultures and 2 Goliaths incoming. He is still building some SCVs. I thought that there is an option to saturate 3 Goliaths production, but we can see that he barely can afford to saturate 2. So now Maars will see, okay, there is a bunker, it's not too good situation, I'm really behind. He is mining from his base. Okay, so there is a tank here, so he's trying to do something with it, but he's losing every single unit. Nyoken with the Star Essence pull and very nice hold. The bunker was a key, and GG from Nyoken, which means that we are having a 2-0 victory by Nyoken. Let me play a song for him. Yeah, so we are ready. We already finished this group. I think we shouldn't stop. Let's go with group B now.
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to
I will replay the today matches if it will be possible for me. So I will replay them tonight for the European time zone. And those of you who missed the first matches will be able to catch it up. So I think I will start it around, I don't know, probably around 6 p.m. So you will be able to catch up, guys. And tomorrow we are not streaming on Trovo. Remember, we are coming back to Twitch. So thank you very much for watching. I'm really appreciating that you guys have been watching on Trovo for those 3 months. Actually, the first month was the race championships, the beginning, but then 2 months we are streaming here a lot. So I think there was a lot of people on the streams. I know that the time sometimes was hard for some of you guys to follow it up, but overall it was a very good experience, very interesting. Unfortunately, we didn't get the support we wanted, so there is no, like, there is more arguments for moving to Twitch than on staying on Trovo if it's the same same money, I would say. Like, if no one pays, it's better to go to Twitch, right? So that's how it looks like. Unfortunately, we still don't have a sponsor for BSL16. So if you guys, oh, this is not it. If you guys know someone who might be interested in supporting StarCraft, please let me know. We will send some good sponsorship deck for him. He will be able to have his logo being added on our webpage, as well as during the cast we can hype it in all the social medias of BSL. So we are open for the corporations, and obviously we want to help our amazing Patreons who are supporting every single month BSL and my journey to the full-time streaming. So we have Mr. Starlover as a general, Mr. Anthony Chen, Martin Harshmar, Striker, and Zero Sam. Martin Harshmar is a VREF, obviously. So those are our colonels, and Robert Groot, Flizardo86, Cos, and Tupocalypse, our major plus Bombastic Patreons, and our major Patreons, Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, Element, Lingepump, Niantic, and Quark. Thank you very much, guys, for supporting BSL. And yeah, you can also check up the shop over here of BSL. There are a few ways of supporting us. You can also donate for the prize pool and for the production. So there are a few ways you can support BSL. So definitely consider doing that if you want to see us be back with BSL season 16, because for now we don't have sponsors. So I think this is it all. Thank you very much for all the support. Thanks for watching on Trovo. We will be back on Twitch tomorrow. We might be back on Trovo with some additional events. I'm open for it, but yeah, there should be some news, so definitely join our Discord to be up to date. BSL Discord. And thank you very much for watching. Thanks to Mr. Raz and Quark for great cast. They were tired, so they needed to wake up earlier, but it was like 5 a.m. and like 3 a.m. for them, so very late. And for me right now, I'm happy that we met the goal. So thank you very much, guys, for watching, and we see each other tonight within few hours. We are starting Group B probably. I need to go to sleep and schedule that. I don't know what will be first. Probably going to sleep because, yeah, didn't sleep tonight. Okay, so thank you very much, guys. We will be in touch.